So if you would like to follow the conference in English, you could choose for English. There's also Dutch and French. So for those who would like to follow this conference online, you can click on the globe and then you can choose the language you would like to listen to. So the choices are Dutch, English, and French. And you could also mute the original sound if you don't want to hear the interpreter and the original sound. So I hope you can hear me now in the language of your choice. I don't see anyone raising their hands, so I think everyone can. Questions can be asked by using Slido. So if you scan this, you will get to the platform on which you can ask questions. At the end of each presentation, you will see the questions and we'll reply to them. Now, if you don't have a smartphone with you, do not worry. You can also write your question down on paper and then we will introduce it on the Slido platform. Now, in the morning session, we will talk about the TAKE project, University of Antwerp, and this afternoon we will present the results of BELMOD, where they focus on the political measures which hopefully can come up with a solution. And now I would like to give the floor to Peter Samin of the Social Security Institution. Thank you, Natasha. Good morning, everyone, and I'm very happy as a chairman of the FPS, the Social Security, to welcome you. Now, I'm very happy that I'm able to welcome you for the final conference of the BELMOD project. Now, before giving the floor to the minister and then the experts who have been working already for 6 years on this project, I would like to start with a story. I'm not proud of it, but I don't think I'm the only one, to be honest. It's only 4 years that I'm active in the world of social security and protection. Before I was working in health insurance, in human resources. So I wasn't really aware of how social security was organized as such. And I think that I'm a rather committed society, so I had a certain imagine of social security, that it is a robust system for people who had a difficult time during their lives, and it's their insurance. And for those who, for some reason, have issues in their lives, they can count on the social security. I did see that there was poverty and that there were homeless people in the streets, but I always thought that, well, it's a temporary problem. Asylum seekers, refugees who just didn't know about our social security system yet, or people who actually opted to leave the social security system. Now, I'm active for 4 years already and surrounded by experts who explain to me the complexity of the system, all the details of the system, and the BELMOD team has played an important role in all of this. Now I do see the challenges, the affordability of the system, but if there is one issue I was really surprised about, and actually as a citizen quite revolved because of it, and that is because of the non-take-up. People who live in poverty or people who find it very difficult at the end of the month to pay their bills and who do not use the rights they have or the benefits that they are entitled to. Not because they don't want to be part of the system, but just because they don't know they have certain rights, because they don't know how to ask for those rights, that they don't know who can help them obtaining those rights. And what's even worse, government institutions who do not know that those people actually have the right to a certain benefit or fee, or even worse, official instances who do not even know how to make sure that those people get their rights. So I was quite surprised about this, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one. If you want our society to do well, then I think we should all look at this and be astonished. Now, the results we're going to present today, together with the academic world and the federal institutions and the associations as such, will show you that this is not a minor issue. Now, the report doesn't only show how big this issue actually is, but luckily we also have scenarios to deal with this issue of non-take-up. And I agree with the BAPN organization, Association Against Poverty, that the citizens themselves, that those who experience poverty should be involved. I think citizens' participation, co-creation will help us to deal with this complicated issue of non-take-up. And I also would like to zoom in on a couple of things we will come back to later on, because as an FPS, Federal Public Service, we believe that we have to look at current income, especially for vulnerable groups. Their income varies quite quickly. Sometimes they have the right on a certain benefit, and sometimes they don't. People are self-employed, for example, but also artists. We had the reform of the artists, and also for them, this is a very difficult reality. They have to deal with the variation of their income. So having a current view on income of people is very important. And of course, we also have to look at the income situation and the reality during crisis situations. And I think that with the working group of social impact during the COVID-19 crisis, well, let's say that we try to improve things to really handle things in an urgent way when necessary. Now, when we talk about a non-take-up, it's a very complicated issue and no one can solve it by themselves, but every actor in the social security world has its role to play. And so that's why it is very important that we work together, but there is a risk. There is a risk if there are many actors. The risk is that every actor waits for the other actor to act first. And so I think it's very important that we take actions ourselves, that we take initiatives ourselves. And we as the FPS Social Security, we have committed ourselves to certain actions. For example, proactive identification of people who have the right to get a benefit, people with a handicap, for example. That is a service that we can deal with ourselves. We have all the data, or we can get all the data together, of course, with the other public instances. Now, also thanks to all the efforts of Minister Lalieu, we can never forget that the personal contact with people with a handicap is very important. So you have the proactive identification, but that does not solve anything. We are not ready to make sure that those people get their rights automatically, but at least we should be able to get in touch with those people personally. I have heard that the policy we're having now is actually a stalking policy, and maybe that's quite close to reality. I mean, people have to be accompanied in a very intensive way, and sometimes they have to stalk public authorities to get their rights served. Now, I think we also have to train our own people so that at least internally we know exactly who has the right to get which benefit. But I'm sure that we will get back to this later on. Now, before giving the floor to Minister Ladieu, I would like to wish the BELMOD team, and first of all, Natasha, I would like to thank you, but also Gineke, Arne, Silke, and Tina, and also our partners who did huge work, our academic partners, but also the partners of the Federal Authority, BELSPO, the KSZ, the and it's always dangerous to cite or to give you names. I'm sure that I've forgotten people. I'm sure I forgot institutions who collaborated in this project. So anyway, I just would like to thank everyone. The Federal Plan Bureau, I've almost forgotten the University of Leuven, also l'Université de Liège. So thank you very much to all partners for your commitment during this project. And so now I would like to give the floor to Minister Lalieu, who was also playing a proactive role in this project. And then I will give the floor to Aziz Naji from BELSPO. Ladies and gentlemen, dear Peter, dear audience, I am very happy to be here and to talk about the issue of non-take-up. It is very important that we come up with down-to-earth solutions. So we have a very nice program for you today. Now, already for a long period of time, I fight to defend the rights of people entitled to this. And this project is really focusing on that. So I would like to thank the academic world and the public authorities because we really worked together on this project. And so today, we are going to have a look at the reasons of the non-take-up so that we can direct our policy to a real solution. It is a complicated issue, so we need different solutions. So it is very difficult to just take one decision which solved everything. We have to look at a problem from different angles. And so we have to simplify the legislation. The procedures to obtain those rights have to become more simple as well, so that people are not discouraged. In on the contrary, we have to encourage them to take up their rights. The Belmont project gives us good insight on how to continue at this level. We have to put the access on automatic access. We have to go for new needs, and we have to be able to look at all administrative data which is available to detect people who are in a precarious situation. And of course, citizens have to know their possible rights. And so that's also what Belmont is putting the accent on. Now, yes, we have to look at the current income. And so I think we have to invest in new procedures to detect proactively those who have the rights to certain benefits. So yes, we have to simplify legislation. There are different criteria of income for different situations, and so it is very difficult to see whether people have the right to a certain benefit or not. Belmont is underscoring the importance of such a proactive and intensive communication and to make sure that the, the procedure to ask for such a right, we really need to simplify things. And as Minister of Social Integration, persons with disabilities and the fight against poverty. We have been working on this already for a long time. And so we are already reforming the DJ persons with disabilities. And this is how I recruited non-take-up coordinators. Those are colleagues who have to come up with measures for the fight against non-take-up, and we've just launched this approach or vacancies on the website of Sailor. You never know if someone is interested in such a function, visit our Sailor website, please. Now, I think that the DG Han has to lead by example, and so that means that we have to be able to welcome everyone and that we have to have a qualitative service towards people with a disability. And so I want to launch a completely new website who is completely accessible, easy to navigate on. The website has to help the users in their search for information on which rights they have and that they can accompany them as good as possible during their procedure. So that's why I asked to renew the intake form. From next year's onwards, this intake form will be user-friendly. Also at the level of the social security centers locally, they also have a role to play. And so that's why we work closely together with the Federation of these instances, and I created a working group with the social security license from the three regions to find solutions to this problem. So that's why we are developing the OCMW CPS online. So that means that people can actually go through this intake procedure online. Now, I also want to work on three axes when we look at the income for elderly people. I want to make sure that people get easy access to this benefit if we can see from the data that they have a right to obtain this. And we also have to fight the non-take-up issue. And I already said that very often it is complicated and very difficult to understand, even for me sometimes. So that's why I want there is more exchange, that we meet up these stakeholders, like, for example, the Belgian Association for the Fight Against Poverty, because if we want to find solutions, we have to do it with the people who went through such a situation, the experts who have experience in the field. And of course, we also have to mobilize other colleagues within the government. And so that's why I have our poverty plan, fight against poverty. And I'm sure that the government will vote upon this either tomorrow or next week, Friday. And it is very important that we continue this exercise within the FPS Social Security and our Ministry of Pensions and Social Integration. We both want to fight against poverty, and we really want to identify measures on how to simplify things to make up that there is an automatic take-up of rights and social innovation. I think this is a very good project that we are all managing together. And so I think that we have to make sure that public authority is efficient. It is a must for our ministries, and I can't stay, unfortunately, but I already received the headlines of this project. I already talked to the main actors within the project. So thank you for being here. Thank you for everything you've done, because we have to fight against non-take-up. We have to defend the rights of all our citizens.
Merci Madame la Ministre, merci Peter. Permettez-moi de conclure cette première session d'introduction, ce tour de chauffe, en vous disant tout d'abord c'est très agréable de pouvoir vous revoir.
First of all, that it is a pleasure for me to welcome you here. We have not been able to participate in face-to-face meetings for a long time, so we should enjoy this opportunity to shake hands, to drink a cup of coffee together, even though the figures are rising, so we should remain careful. Mrs. Lemieux also said that all policy, social policy, or whatever policy works with teams, and these teams have to work together. We've clearly seen that during the COVID crisis. We all turned to scientists, and we also included them in expert groups in order to understand what needed to be done. And then afterwards, we can also come to political decisions. Now, you might know BELSPO, which is the planning service, and we are there actually to especially offer this expertise to policymakers. We've been working on social policy for a long time together with the FPS public service for social security, employment, etc. And very often there was a call for tenders so that the right scientific teams could be selected to manage the teams that we wanted to finance. Now, the teams of Take and BELMOD, but I could also speak of other teams. BBox, for example, is another project that will come to an end soon. It's about how the public social welfare centers work on a street level bureaucracy for people with a migrant background, how we can help them, how we can orient them. And we see that sometimes there are some differences between the administrative steps or initiatives and the reality in the field. So I think that this support has existed for some time, and I think that the non-take-up has been one of the priorities, and I think that we've already included it in the call for tenders in 2015, if I'm not mistaken, and it has led to a consortium with a number of scientific proposals, and we made a selection. We expected very fast results, but it was more complex than that. Also because of the COVID crisis, also because access was really quite complex. The Brussels region also wanted to participate, wanted to contribute in a modest way in this project in order to make sure that more interviews could also be conducted in Brussels. And I think that almost as many were conducted in Brussels as in Wallonia. So I think that we now really have a lot of information regarding the non-take-up. And we've probably not ended looking into this topic yet. The team is still working thoroughly, and we really encourage them to come up with a final report and go back to the interested stakeholders when new results will come up. And that is essential. I don't have to remind you that we are going through an important inflation, which is extremely complex for people who live in precarious conditions. And it is essential that they can also be assisted. Now, the non-take-up, and you know that better than me, I'm not an expert, well, it's what rights you could claim. It is embarrassing to work with people who do not want to take up social rights. We know that some homeless people do not want to go to a center. And we also know that it is embarrassing that it is very difficult to get rid of these barriers that exist. We also had the fuel voucher some time ago. You might remember how complex it was to apply for it. So I think that what is essential as a message here for you is that this topic is an important one. We do also work with scientists, however, that can help us in our decision-making process and in the development of our policy. I think that a lot of good work has been done, and I would like to thank and congratulate the team because they've worked in very difficult conditions. In March 2020, well, this was a very sad month. It's all of a sudden became extremely complex. And now today, you will have the opportunity to speak about the results because we do not finance science just for the sake of it, but we do that so that science can help the decision makers, the policy makers, and also the large public in order to have all the information that they need. So this is something that will also be discussed today, and we will also have policy briefs, we will have video clips, etc., to inform the public at large. So I wish you a very fruitful day. I hope that it will be an interesting day for you. And of course, you will also get the opportunity to ask all questions that you might have. So do not hesitate to ask them. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As you know, the TAKE project will be presented this morning. TAKE was closely linked with BELMOD, And it even led to the Take BELMOD project. This is a common day. We would like to thank the Federal Public Service for giving us the opportunity to organize this day. We have Tim Goedema of the University of Antwerp, and we also have the representative of the Belgian Anti-Poverty Network, and I would like to invite them to come to the fore. This first part will be dedicated to the level and characteristics of non-take-up of means-tested benefits in Belgium. I am not going to speak much longer because I know that we are already slightly running late. I will, however, coordinate this morning's session. I will not have a lot of work to do, but I will have a look at the time. So I will not ask the speakers to leave out certain messages, but I would like to ask them to stick to the planning. My name is Laurent Nissen of the University of Liège, and together with, well, I would like to thank Aziz for the welcoming words and for having spoken about all the difficulties that we've encountered with the COVID crisis, of course, and also with GDPR, which also made it very difficult to have access to the data. We are also a partner in this project that has not been finished yet. Tim Goedema, University of Antwerp, was the coordinator of the consortium, and I would therefore like to give the floor to Tim to present the first results. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Laurent. And thank you also to the team of the Federal Public Service Social Security to host this day on the Take and the BELMOD projects. Good morning to all of you. Welcome also to people who might be struggling with the question whether they should or can take up benefits. I would also like to welcome all those people who might have a big or small impact on an everyday basis on the take-up of social benefits. And I would also like to welcome those people that determine the rules and that decide, therefore, the social benefits that exist and how one can have access to those benefits and also the amounts of those benefits. I would also like to underline the fact that this work has been done by many people. Some of them will speak to you today, but of course, behind the screens, there are also a lot of people who have participated and contributed, the interviewers, for example, but also the major teams with all the different partners that were involved in the TAKE project. It might be good to, first of all, look at why non-take-up of social benefits is an important topic. Well, that is because in Belgium there's a persistent problem of poverty. This is something that we want to work on from the academic world. We would like to clearly give an overview of the problem and perhaps also contribute to a solution. The problem of poverty very often is determined by the rules of the economic policy, what is being produced, who will produce it, who has the right to benefit from it. And then we also have the labor market. We also have spatial planning, transport. We have the health policy, family policy. All these elements play an important role in determining the level of poverty, and that is even before social security and social assistance come into play. And of course, social security and social assistance are important means to protect against poverty. And we are going to talk about social assistance today only. And this is important. Of course, if you really want to fight poverty, we should also look at other elements. we should keep a broader picture. Now, today, we are going to look at the holes in the safety net, in the social safety net. And there are a number of holes. First of all, because there are gaps in eligibility. Secondly, there are also difficulties in take-up, and then there are also some problems with adequacy. We know that the amounts of social assistance are below the poverty line. Now, we are going to look at one specific category of problems, and that has to do with the take-up of these social rights. But we will also speak about the problems in determining who is eligible for these social benefits. Now, the definition is clear, definition of non-take-up. When someone is eligible but does not receive the benefit, then the benefit has not been taken up. So that's the non-take-up. And it is problematic, or it can be problematic for different reasons. First of all, because it undermines the effectiveness of policy measures. It means that the policy measures cannot really reach their goals. Secondly, it might also decrease the efficiency of policies, and it might, in some cases, increase it as well, because if only people who really think that they need the benefits take up these benefits, then it is possible that the efficiency of the policy measures is increased. Non-take-up reduces the fairness of policies because people who are in a similar situation will in one case receive a social benefit and in the other case will not receive a social benefit. And then finally, it is also possible that non-take-up decreases costs in the short run, but in the long run, it might increase costs because sometimes because of non-take-up, people might hesitate to have their health taken care of, and this might lead to higher costs in the long run. Now, the TAKE project was launched in 2015, at the end of 2015, and the objective was to better measure, understand the non-take-up, and also to give an insight in how non-take-up can be reduced. There were some problems, and we hope that we will end this research project in September 2022, which makes this research project one of the longest that I've ever worked on. It was funded by BELSPO and also the partner in Brussels, as was mentioned earlier. And then we also had the University of Liège, the University of Antwerp, the Federal Planning Bureau, etc. Why did we think that it was important to launch a project on non-take-up? Well, a lot of things are already known about take-up and non-take-up, especially from abroad, because qualitative research has already been set up elsewhere. And the Observatory for Health and Well-being in Brussels has also contributed to it, as has the antenna for the fight against poverty. But we thought that it was good to have more detailed figures as well. And this is data that we did not have at our disposal in Belgium yet. There have been a number of specific projects. Some of them have already been concluded. First of all, the non-take-up by employers. This was done by the Federal Planning Bureau. The second project had to do with a field experiment in order to look at the increased reimbursement of health care. And we worked together with the Christian health insurance in order to look at the impact on increased reimbursement. And Julie Janssens will also speak of this later on. And then the third project, the biggest one, had to do with the survey that was set up. And these are, well, the results of this survey will be presented during my presentation. And we wanted to look at the size characteristics and determinants of non-take-up. We cannot look at all allowances, and I will therefore also limit myself in this presentation to 4 benefits, key benefits, the subsistence pay, the social integration allowance, also the income guarantee for elderly people, increased reimbursement of healthcare, and then the heating allowance. And I don't think that people know a lot about the heating allowance. For each of these key benefits within our data set, we try to replicate the rules, and that based on the characteristics of people. So we try to define who would be eligible for each of these key benefits, and we can then link the people to the benefits and the characteristics. There were some challenges because, first of all, we wanted to have a survey that could be representative for the target group. So we wanted to work with a random group of respondents. If we wanted to work through an organization, some groups might be overrepresented, so we wanted to exclude that risk. A second challenge was that we thought that there was a clear link between the non-take-up and the fact that people would not participate in these surveys, because there would be a number of similar characteristics between both groups of people, and that could also lead to bias in the results. We collected the data in such a way that we can determine that people who take up social benefits might also be more prone to participate in an interview. People who could be eligible but who do not take up the social benefits would participate less in surveys, but we could luckily correct our results in function of that. And of course, we also require a lot of detailed information because there is a lot of data, and therefore it is essential to use, for example, administrative sources together with the information that was gathered through the survey. Then the target population. We also had a difficulty in reaching them, and of course we did not have the money to interview everybody in Belgium, and therefore we wanted to limit ourselves to people who would potentially be eligible for one of these 4 key benefits. And of course, there's no database of people who could be eligible. That is one of the reasons why we organized this research. And that is why we needed to be able to determine a potential target population and exclude those people who probably would not be eligible, because otherwise the survey would not be very interesting. We did this by distinguishing 4 groups. First of all, we looked at households in which nobody would be over 64 and that would receive a subsistence pay or a social integration allowance. That was the first group. The second group was the same age, but people with a low income. The third group was a group of households in which at least one person was over 64 and where people use the income guarantee for the elderly. And then we also did this survey at another point in time, but even that, though that might cause confusion, that is not really a difficulty. And then the last group was same age group but low income and no income guarantee for the elderly. These thresholds are quite low because we really did not want to include people who would not be eligible. Now, for young families with nobody over 64, we had an equivalent of the jointly net taxable income of 7,000 euros at the most. This threshold was higher if there was somebody of 64 or older, because the income threshold for the income guarantee for the elderly is also a little bit higher. We've also excluded some people. This happens often in surveys, probably too often, but we also had to do this. And that is why we cannot say anything about these different groups that were excluded. And before presenting the results, I would also like to state that we have a representative sample, but for a specific target population, and that is a population with a low income. In 2017, it's about 12% of the population, as you can see here on this slide, the left-hand side, where you see that the total amounts to about 13%. So it's really the lowest incomes, especially for the younger families meaning nobody of 64 or over, where we have less than 10%, and for the older target group, it's about 24%, 23%. In total, we had about 600,000 households who were part of this sample.
So we took a representative sample of 10,000 households. We followed them for 3 years and we studied the non-take-up. We use the information of the fiscal register, the municipalities, and then for 8,000 households, well, we invited them to participate in an interview to gather extra information, and the shared teams took care of this. That was a team who worked at the University of Antwerp and the University of Liège. Now, in every sample, we saw people who did not respond, of course. The system was, please send us back a card if you would like to participate in this survey. Now, if you want to interview people who are not very happy about touching benefits, then of course they don't really respond all that enthusiastically. So we said, okay, you can send us back the card if you do not want to participate. But some people sent back the card too late, and then the interviewer came and then they said, oh, I sent the card because I wanted to participate in the survey. So working with those response cards didn't help our survey, to be honest. Now in the graph, you will also see that the percentage of households who sent back the response card, well, that there is a lot of variation. In households where there are people who are over 65, well, they have responded more than other families. And then here you have the graph of people who sent back the response card and who did participate. That was around 30%. It's not very high, especially not if we look at the non-response of the response cards. We are only at 24%. You would say that's very low, that's an issue, but we have a very specific sample and we have a big advantage that other surveys do not have, because for everyone who did not respond, well, we have a lot of information about them because of the registers we have. And here you have a couple of characteristics. And so for all these people, we could roughly say whether they were entitled to certain benefits or not. And so that means that we have now non-response profiles and we try to correct our data because of it. So that means that we're rather satisfied with the figures that we've obtained. I would like to give you more information about the results, so I'll skip this slide. One more thing I have to tell you is what did we use as measurement tool? Well, actually, we looked at 3 different models. The first model is the admin model. It's based on the BELMOD model, the TAKE project and the BELMOD project. Well, it's not a coincidence that we organize our conference together. We used the BELMOD model and we adapted it a little bit, which our data are a little bit different than the BELMOD data, but we took that model and we also used our survey model because a lot of information about the savings people have or whether those people are ready to find a job. Well, that data is not something that you can find in a graph. So that's why we had to talk to those people. And then we used also a mixed model. So we used the survey data, and then we also try to look at the admin variables. And so just as the local security institutions, we looked at the available data. Now, take up means that they received a benefit in 2019. Now, in reality, there might be variabilities within 1 year. So that is the limitation. And then also the eligibility to the right to take up a benefit. Well, we measure it over the entire year. So that means that there is a certain mismatch between the take up and the right to a certain benefit at a certain point in time. And so why is there such a mismatch from time to time? Well, because sometimes we don't have the data. We can't look at monthly variations. And of course, there's also changes within the family structure throughout a year. We can't take that into account. And then, of course, also the field work because of COVID took a very long time, 2019, 2020. And then last technical issue I have to mention, there are also beta errors. What does that mean? Well, that means that if we look at the social integration allowance, we see that we have 20% of people who receive benefits who are modeled as not eligible. So that means that people with a very low income, they have a lot of fluctuations throughout a year because they income varies. But I have to say that in general, we stand for all the data that we've gathered. So now let's have a look at those data, and I'll just go over the different social benefits one by one. So first of all, the social integration allowance, you can take it up in 3 different ways. You can get a benefit. You can have a subsidized employment. Article 60 is the most known subsidized employment, or it can be a combination of those two things. We look at all these 3 things. So whether people get a social integration allowance or the equivalent. Now, the eligibility is, of course, the test of means. So we look at the income of people, we look at their patrimonium, and then we try to interpret the data in 3 different ways because we see that the social security institutions look at things differently as well. And so we see that the income of parents or children living on the same address, well, sometimes they do take into account that income and sometimes they don't. And it all depends on the city you live in. So that means that we had the lenient interpretation where the means of children or parents living on the same address weren't taken into account. Then we have a strict interpretation. So that means that the means of the parents or children do enter in consideration, and then we have a mix of those things. So we looked at 3 different variations, and to be honest, it doesn't make such a difference. What you see here is so for the group of the 18 to 64 years old, the percentage of people who are eligible for a social integration allowance, and you see that it varies between those 3 models, but it is at around 50%, so non-take-up percentage. Non-take-up of the social integration allowance or equivalent is still very high, between the 50 and 40, between the 40 or 50%. So 40 to 50% of people who have the right to get a social integration allowance just don't get it. Now you see that the interpretation, whether it's strict or lenient, it doesn't really change a lot. Now you do see that there is the interval we use, so that shows you what the variation is in our sample, but also if you would make different assumptions, you might get a different result. But in our target group, now let's just say that between the 60 and 100,000 adults in Belgium were eligible for the social integration allowance, but did not get it. And so it's up to 50,000 children live in such households. Now, I think that that is a substantial figure. Now, the social integration allowance is according to the household. So there are three categories: people living together, people living on their own, and people who have a minor child living at home. Now you see that the non-take-up is the highest at the people who live together, the lowest at the households where they have minor children living luckily. And we also had a look at the categories, and I'm not going to go into detail because in the next presentation we are going to look at all the details of the social integration allowance, but I would like to come back to the non-take-up of the owners. Those are owners of a house, of an apartment. Now it's a small group. It's a small group within the whole group of income guarantee for elderly people. The income guarantee for elderly people, of course, we look at the means test, and that's actually almost automatic. When people retire, when they become 65 years old, we look at the available data and we look at whether they are eligible for the income guarantee for the elderly. If they are eligible, they do have to undertake different steps to actually obtain this allowance. But in 86,000 cases in 2019, people received the income guarantee. Now, 47% of those households is eligible for the income guarantee for the elderly. Now, how large is the percentage of non-take-up? Well, that's 67%. On average, between 61 and 72%. Now, we thought that was quite surprising. I mean, even if people get a letter that they are eligible, they do not send the form back, so they don't apply for it, even if they have the right to get the income guarantee. There's no substantial difference by gender, but we do know that women are the largest or the biggest victim of all of this. Now here you see the same thing, but in another graph. As I said, if you are an owner of a apartment, then the take-up is much higher. In Brussels, the non-take-up is lower than in Flanders and in the Walloon province. Now, increased reimbursement for healthcare. The increased reimbursement, well, you can actually get it in three different ways. So you can get it automatically if you are eligible for the social integration allowance or the income guarantee for the elderly. Then you get it almost automatically. If not, you have to undertake different steps. The proposals are made to make this more automatic as well. But the increased reimbursement is something that many people get in Belgium. In 2019, there were more than 1 million households who had the right to the increased reimbursement, and 45% out of these households got it because they were eligible to another benefit. So a large group of those people get increased reimbursement automatically. Now, in our sample group, the income was higher, so that means that we saw that about 80% above 64 are eligible, and in the 18 to 64, the percentage is even higher. Now, if we look at the non-take-up, then we see for the category 18 to 64, that's the first graph there, we see that between 40 to 50% of people have the right to an increased reimbursement, but just don't take it up. And if you go to the right-hand side, you also have the total for 65 and over, and there the take-up is lower. We're talking about 20 to 35%. Now, I just explained to you that this increased reimbursement can be given to you automatically. So because you have the right to another benefit, the social integration allowance at the left-hand side, the income guarantee for the elderly at the right-hand side. And so those groups who get it automatically, well, there the non-take-up figures are lower, much lower than for the people who actually have to undertake action to ask for the increased reimbursement. So that proves how important it is to make this automatic. For the group of 18 to 64 years old, we're actually talking about 60% of people who have the right to an increased reimbursement but do not get it. Now, I think it's also very interesting to look at the difference between the people who get attributed to this right automatically and those who don't. If we look at the percentage of the people who get it automatically out of the whole group of people who do get the increased reimbursement, and we see that 60 to 70% gets it automatically. And so also a much smaller group doesn't get it. No, I'm explaining this wrong. Sorry. No, I did. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. I did say it correctly. So between the 60 and the 70% of the people who get the increased reimbursement, they get it automatically. And for the non-take-up, we do see that 10% normally should get it automatically. So in principle, they should get it, but they don't. And there are a couple of reasons for it.
Now, of course, if you can get it automatically because you get a social integration allowance or another benefit, then we could perhaps think about how we could make sure that non-take-up could be reduced if all people with another benefit would actually take up that benefit. The share of non-take-up of the social integration allowance in the take-up group of the increased reimbursement is about 20%. So that's not that much. But the second bar says that if everybody who gets a social integration allowance would also take up the increased reimbursement, then the non-take-up could be reduced by 50%, because 50% of the non-take-up of the increased reimbursement could be reduced by reducing the non-take-up of the social integration allowance. I think that that is quite important. We've also looked at the profile of people. Non-take-up is higher with people who have a bad health, who reported that. No, it's the other way around, sorry. Non-take-up is higher for those people who do not report being in bad health. And we also see that there are quite some differences depending on the educational level. People who have a higher education will also, well, that will also have an impact on take-up or non-take-up. And then the final key benefit is the heating allowance. Not a lot is known about the heating allowance, and it is not an allowance that you can get easily. First of all, you need specific fuel, which would be heating oil, and there can also be some other specific fuels. Then you need to receive the increased reimbursement. If everybody has the increased reimbursement within your family, then there is no means test required. Otherwise, there will be an income test. The major threshold, however, is that you have to apply within 60 days after fuel delivery. So then you have to go to the public social welfare center in order to apply. 84,000 households received the heating allowance in 2019, which is quite a large group. We do not have a lot of people who are eligible. Well, we do not have a lot of people who are eligible, but that has to do with the types of fuel that are eligible. And then if we look at take-up, on the left, we see the total non-take-up of the heating allowance. And we see that it is between 75 and 90%, which really is quite high. I think that the heating allowance, therefore, should absolutely be reformed. And then a final point that I also wanted to look at, I know that I've shown you a lot of illustrations and graphs, and I love them, but I know that not everybody shares that love with me. Now, if we look at non-take-up, tertiary non-take-up, there are a number of elements that we should look at. First of all, of course, take-up, who takes up the benefits and who doesn't. But it's also important to look at those groups that are not eligible, even though they're in a difficult situation. And they're being excluded not because they do not take up the benefit, but because they're not eligible. So that is the tertiary non-take-up. And we see that here in this graph. This is for people between 18 and 64 years old. It has to do with the social integration allowance, the increased reimbursement, and the heating allowance. And we've looked at material deprivation. That is an indicator that Eurostat uses as well. You might know it. There are 9 items, and we say that these households cannot afford at least 4 of them. And when we then look at all these people who indicate that they have material deprivation, then we see that for the social integration allowance, about 30% of those who are materially deprived do not have the right to get a social integration allowance. This is completely different for the increased reimbursement. We see here that 10% of those who indicate being materially deprived do not have the right to apply for an increased reimbursement. So it's a lot less, but that is because the income level is higher and there is no means test. And then finally, we can also look at the heating allowance, where the story is different because you need to be eligible. And that is only possible if you use specific types of fuel. So, of course, we have a lot of people who are materially deprived, but who are not eligible. So that is one side of the story, especially for the social integration allowance. We see that a lot of people are materially deprived, but not eligible. Now, there's also the other side of the story, because if we put the level higher, then we will also have a bigger group of people, and we might also include people who are not in such dire needs. Now, if we talk about serious material deprivation and we look at people who are not eligible, then we see that for the social integration allowance, it's about 40%, it's about 20% for the increased reimbursement, and it's about 40% once again for the heating allowance. What might also be interesting, and even more interesting, is the difference between those people who take up the benefits and those who don't. So if you look at it from this perspective, we see that the material deprivation, the third bar, is higher for those who take up the benefit than for those who do not. So we see that those who take up the benefits will probably also be more materially deprived, which is positive. For the increased reimbursement, which reaches more people, about 30 to 40% of people who receive the increased reimbursement state that they are not seriously materially deprived. Now, this is not to say that people who are not seriously materially deprived should not be eligible for the increased reimbursement. This is just to say that there is a trade-off between reaching everybody and giving people who are less in dire need. These, of course, are automatically always people with a low income. We can do the same thing for those over 65. And I will now limit myself to the income guarantee for the elderly. If we look at all those who materially deprived, then we see that about 10% is materially deprived, but not eligible for a income guarantee for the elderly. And we also see that material deprivation is in general lower. And this means that people who are not seriously materially deprived will receive more easily an income guarantee for the elderly, but that does not mean that these people do not have any financial difficulties at all. Let me now come to my conclusions. I think that the TAKE survey has made it possible to collect new evidence and to reach results, new results, results that we were not aware of yet. So I really think that it is worthwhile to exploit these data further, and I think that it would also be useful to repeat this research in a number of years. You will also see in the next presentation that this allows us to get more information about non-take-up and the characteristics, but also about the determinants of non-take-up. But that will be discussed later on. For each of these four key benefits, there is a substantial non-take-up. Especially for the heating allowance, that is the case. And then for the increased reimbursement, and this was quite striking, we see that there's a lot of automation, but still there is a substantial non-take-up of the increased reimbursement. I've also talked about how non-take-up of one benefit can result in non-take-up of other benefits. So if we could, for example, make sure that social integration allowance and income guarantee for the elderly would be automatically or fully taken up by, for example, sensitizing or making people more aware of them, or also by changing the rules, then we could also reduce non-take-up of the increased reimbursement by 50%, and it means that non-take-up of the heating allowance would also automatically be reduced. The strong safety nets require good access in order for them to be effective. The current level of non-take-up is probably too high to really be efficient in our anti-poverty policy, and therefore we need an encompassing strategy to reduce non-take-up further. Thank you. Thank you, Tim. And thank you also for having respected the time. I would now like to hand over to the Belgian Anti-Poverty Network, and we have Ludo Gormans with us. And I would also like to remind the people in the room that they can ask questions through Slido. And that is for people online through Zoom, or you can also, if you're in the room, write your question down on a piece of paper and give it to us. So if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. And I would now like to hand over to Ludo Hormans. Thank you. First of all, I need to apologize, Caroline van der Hoeven, the coordinator of the Belgian Anti-Poverty Network. We thought until 5 to 9 this morning that she would do this presentation, but previous speakers have already mentioned that COVID is not far away, and unfortunately, she had a cold yesterday and some muscle ache, and she thought that it would be good to test herself. And at 5 to 9, or perhaps you could say that it was 5 to 12, she received her results, and therefore she could not be here. Now, I had the pleasure to follow the research that was carried out, especially within the BELMOD project, and that is also why we thought that it was interesting to briefly react to the results. Now, I'm not going to talk about the detailed results that Tim has given us, but we have received the opportunity to react to both research projects. And for that reason, I might actually be anticipating the presentations that will follow me. But nevertheless, I would really like to underline the importance of this research based on the experience that we have working with people living in poverty. You might know that the Belgian Anti-Poverty Network has some regional networks, and they are composed of different organizations of people who live in poverty. They meet and they talk about their problems, and it is based on that experience that we were invited, together with the antenna that combats poverty, social exclusion, and precariousness, which will be called the antenna from now on. And we were invited to follow these research projects because of that. And I must say that it was a pleasant experience for me to work with the team. Take up, non-take up. It is a story that is nearly as old as the fight against poverty itself. For decennia, we've been working on the fight against poverty. And these last couple of years, we've also seen that more and more partners get involved, and we try to coordinate all these efforts. Now, you've heard from Tim, and you will also hear it from other speakers later today. There still is a lot of work to do, but the work has been ongoing for some time with a lot of people who are involved, and not in the least the administration and the politicians that are in charge. And therefore, we also hope that the results of these two research projects will lead to political decisions. Not too fast, well considered, but we really do think that it is high time that people go further in the fight against the non-take-up in this case, the fight against poverty, social exclusion, and precariousness in broader terms. This is an element that comes back regularly. Now, we've heard the figures. In the best of cases, a lot of efforts have been made, but still about half of the people eligible do not take up their benefits. So I think that this should really encourage us to continue this work together with all the partners that have been involved in this research project. For us, this is an important thing. The results and we're really looking forward to receiving the final report, and we will study the final report in detail. Now, I think it would be a good thing if we could come to further consultation between the different partners so that we can make more progress. In a European context, the social policy of Belgium is often praised to be a policy of a very high quality with a lot of good practices. But if you then look at all these shortcomings, I believe that we need to continue in an intensive way the fight against non-take-up. And that is also our message for the policymakers. This type of research should be continued. There should be a follow-up. We should look for solutions in order to avoid that beneficiaries, people who are eligible, that they still do not use their rights. We should really make sure that they can, and that therefore all obstacles can be eliminated. And we need the decision makers for that, of course. Now, for the decision makers to make the right decisions, the administration is important, and we hope that we will be able to continue to work as we've done throughout the BELMOD project. I think that both research projects went very well together, and it is not surprising that the results of both projects are being presented simultaneously, because I think that it is important to see that we have already achieved some good results. There is a proactive flow. I think that that is a very specific term that you might already have heard, and this clearly shows that there will be a lot of progress by using it and by making certain benefits automatic. So that is a very important first step. But we should also add a warning, because in the end, all decisions that are made should be made based on one specific principle, and that is the interest of the person that applies for the benefit, because we are talking about people who live in a very difficult situation, who are in dire straits, and who really need that support in order to be able to feed themselves. So I think that we should do everything that is at our disposal to organize this to the best of our capabilities. And we also know that these last couple of years, things have become clear also for people who live in poverty. Automating benefits should be developed further, because very often it is very frustrating for people who live in poverty to have to repeat their story time and time again, to provide the documents that are required to prove that they really do need these allowances, whereas all this information is already somewhere in the system. And we do have the Crossroads Bank that can also solve part of this problem. And that is also very positive, of course. But still, we think that there's quite a lot of work to do.
De automatische toekenning van rechten.
Granting rights automatically is also something which we have been talking about for many, many years. And yes, progress has been made, but it is also very important that the interest of the applicant is always at the core of everything. How is this automation taking place? Very often we talk about data which was gathered already a long time ago, and the principles, and I'm sure that you will hear this this afternoon as well. We have to have current data, and very often we use data from the tax authorities, but they date back 2 years. And so with this proactive flux, it's exactly the same. So I think a clear change should be made. There was this model which was tested. It's a good model. And so I think that the exchange of data should happen with current data. And I know that this is a challenge to organize it technically, but I think that the administration and the people of IT who work in those administrations, well, please, we would like to encourage you so that we will be able to work with current data. Now, another issue I would like to talk about is when you make systems automatic, well, you will always need a personal contact with the applicant to make sure that the data which are in the data bank are corrected, because very often when you ask for a benefit, a social benefit, it is because of the fact that the situation in the household changed drastically in a few months, and that the data of 2 years ago in our tax register aren't correct anymore. So that's why it is important to always have the possibility to have a personal contact and an interview in person with the applicant. Now, to come to my conclusions, I would like to draw the attention to the fact that the story that people have to repeat over and over again, well, please make sure that you also respect the privacy of those people, because apparently not all citizens are equal in front of the law. Some data can't be asked for certain citizens, but in other cases, when people want to apply for a benefit, all of a sudden you have to give that data. So I also think it's very important that we keep the human rights organizations in the loop when we talk about making the take-up of rights automatic. Now, later on, when we look at the results of BELMOD, we will also have a look at the financial impact. And the team has told me that it is not such big of an issue. But if you look at how many people would be helped thanks to the recommendations of this research, then we believe that the additional financing is a very justifiable investment to help out people who are finding life difficult, to make sure that those people who are eligible to these benefits, well, that those people will be helped automatically. So I would like to say, let's study these results in detail and let's come up with new and innovative solutions in the interests of all
uh, 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 uh,
applicants of social benefits. Thank you. Thank you.
Alors, je propose donc, s'il reste des questions dans la salle, à communiquer sous
So
format.
if there are still questions, and if you want to raise your question on paper, then let me know. Well, normally you will have the questions here on the screen. So these are the questions we got by Slido, slido.com, and we've been over the question with the IT team. So the first question of Mr. Swalens is, when we're talking about the non-take-up of the social integration allowance, do we know what the amount of money is we're talking about? That is still something we would like to do. A part of the non-take-up, well, are people who only would get a small amount of money. But we do know that within the group of the non-take-up, there are many people who are not getting a high amount of money. So we are still looking into this. Okay, and next question. Manuelito.
Avez-vous des indications quant au poids relatif des différents facteurs générateurs de non-take-up sur les taux observés?
Do you know what the different reasons are for the non-take-up? Now, this question is about the reasons of the non-take-up and which reasons actually explain the non-take-up. Now, for the increased reimbursement, we've tried to have a look at whether we can't avoid the non-take-up if the right on social integration allowance or the income guarantee for the elderly guarantees you automatically the increased reimbursement. And that is the case. So there we can really avoid the non-take-up. Now, other reasons why the non-take-up is very high, especially when we talk about the social integration allowance, will be explained in the next presentation. So we'll come back to that. Thank you, Julie. Emmanuel, we'll come back to that. Do you have information of the cumulated non-take-up? Yes. I don't know the figures by heart, but when we talk about the increased reimbursement and the income guarantee for the elderly and the social integration allowance, well, the people who do not take up the one do not take up the other either. So yes, that is quite a substantial group. Maybe I should have kept my Excel sheet next to me to give you all the details, but yes, that is something that we looked up, and I hope that soon we will be able to publish the results on the combined non-take-up. How do you explain the non-take-up when the access is automatic? It might be a technical question, but well, thank you, Anna, for that question. So how come there's still non-take-up if we talk about automatic rights? I think here we're talking about the increased reimbursement. So people who have social integration allowance or have the income for guarantee for the elderly, well, then normally automatically they also get the increased reimbursement. Now, the non-take-up for those people who should get it automatically, well, that percentage is very, very low. So we're really talking about very low percentages, and it is very low, especially for people who have an income guarantee for the elderly or people with a disability. The percentage is really, really low. I don't know which allowance we've actually looked at, but it's true that the non-take-up is almost unexisting. It is quite higher for the people who get a social integration allowance or an equivalent. it's about 10%. 10% of people who get a social integration allowance or the equivalent of social integration do not get the increased reimbursement. 10% seems quite high. One explanation could be that when you get the social integration allowance, well, it's not the case that within that same month, your status for the increased reimbursement is adapted automatically. It takes some time. So that might be one of the reasons. And we also know what the changes are within the system of social integration allowances. And I guess that's was probably the main reason why there isn't a real match between the allowance and the increased reimbursement. So people with a social integration allowance who don't get the increased reimbursement from day one isn't so problematic because very often they apply it proactively later on. So I think here we are actually bumping into the technical limitations of the system. Okay, there's still one more question about IDES NICAS. So in the non-take-up, don't you think that you always assume that the administrative data is always correct and updated? Yes and no. We try to look at different models. We have models where we exclusively use administrative data. We have models where we only use the survey data, and then we use the models, and that's the ones I use most, the models for a combination of both data banks and survey results. So I do think that especially for the social integration allowance, because for the other benefits, you need extra information. For other benefits, you don't always need different information, but when there is a combination of data you need, we tried also to combine the administrative data and the survey data. So yes, I think we have a good image. Of course, there is always room for smaller errors. People might give the wrong answers. The data might be wrong in the data bank, but I don't think the errors are so large that they could influence the results of the study. And then maybe the last question. Maybe you would like to answer any of the questions? All the speakers might answer the questions, of course. So don't you think that it's difficult to see what a patrimonium of people is it, as long as we don't have a patrimonium register? Yes. Personally, I'm really in favor of such a register because it will help us by granting benefits automatically. Now, people have a very small revenue. They have to be able to give all the details. But if we talk about rich people who have a certain patrimonium, then all of a sudden it becomes secret. Now, I don't think that's really honest, but that's just a personal comment. Now, we look at income, but we also look at equity, own capital. And so I think that you have to show, prove by, I don't know, your bank status, how much you own. Now, we also know that sometimes people or the authorities even ask private detectives to go and look whether people have a patrimonium outside of Belgium, for example. Well, to come back to that last topic, that's what I would like to mention when I said you should respect the privacy of everyone, also the privacy of applicants for social benefits, because it's true, there they have to provide every detail of their income. And we do know that there's also a social survey to find out whether there aren't any other sources of income so that a benefit becomes superfluous. Now, I think that the assets or the capital or equity of every citizen should be treated in exactly the same way. So we would like to draw attention to this. When there is an application, you should always ask what the applicant has at their disposal at the moment of the application. So when we talk about the means test, I think that the apartment you live in, even if you're the owner of that apartment, well, you shouldn't take it into consideration that capital is just not at your disposal at that point in time, but also the savings, for example. If we're talking about an honest means test, what is honest? We should have that discussion. What integration allowance are we talking about? Do we want to just give them enough to survive, not to die of hunger, or refer them to the food stamp system? Or do we want people to be able to play a real role in society? The reference budgets, for example, well, we know what it takes for people to play a role in society and to execute their different roles in society. Well, I think we should say those thresholds are the thresholds we want to respect. From the bank sector, for example, they say, well, it's always interesting to have 5 to 6 monthly wages, allowances in this case, to have it at your disposal in case of an emergency. But why do we want people to have zero money before they can actually get a social integration allowance? I think we should discuss that as well. Okay, thank you very much. I see that there are many other questions, and it's probably very frustrating for those who are at home. But I think we need a coffee break, especially here in the room for the whole logistics. So let's have a break and then come back at 11:15. And I would like to thank once again the speakers.
Merci à tous d'avoir respecté quasiment le.
For having more or less respected the coffee break timing. Now we're going to start the second session of this morning, dedicated to the causes of non-take-up of the income support. And we're first going to listen to Julie Janssens of Herman de Leek Center. We'll also listen to some people from the University of Liège, and Later on, we will have Alexander Lesiv of the PPS Social Integration and Fulgencio Lupaka Isa Azala, experience expert. You now also know how questions and answers will work. So it is my pleasure now to hand over to Julie Janssens and her colleague. Thank you, Laurent. My name is Julie, and I am extremely glad to be here. You have already heard it. It's been a long journey. We've had some difficulties, and I'm extremely glad that we can show our results to you today. I've worked together with Manon, and we have focused on the determinants of non-take-up. Now, somebody who is eligible for an extra source of income, it is quite strange that somebody would not take up that extra benefit, that allowance. So we've really looked at the reasons why. The first research was carried out in the 60s in the United Kingdom. And most research focused on the individual. The individual was considered to be fully responsible for the non-take-up, and only individual factors were considered. These last 10 to 15 years, there have been some changes in the approach, and there now is a consensus that it is not only the individual who is responsible for non-take-up, but that there is also a major role for the legislator and the administration. And that is also the perspective that we have used to look at non-take-up, even though in this presentation the focus will be slightly on the individual. As for the individual level, the most evident reason for non-take-up is that the individual makes a rational assessment of the costs and benefits. So, for example, the height of the allowance, the duration of the allowance, and the needs that this individual has. There can be social costs, psychological costs, economic costs, etc., but I will come back to that later. More recently, there is also another approach, which is the behavioral approach, which states that things are not always only rational, that people will not always have a rational cost-benefit approach, but that sometimes there are also some cognitive biases. For example, an individual might, for example, be willing to apply, but because of postponing this application, in the end, the individual will not take up the benefit. There can also be some trigger events. We are the first to use this concept, and a trigger event is an event in a person's life that will, for example, decide whether or not the individual will make a rational cost-benefit approach, or whether a person will automatically take up or not take up the benefit. And then a fourth explanation that is sometimes given is the importance of the social network. The social network can help to apply for a benefit, but on the other hand, there are also some network effects. If within your network you have people who already have a benefit, you will probably have more information about it, and applying for the benefit might be easier. So there are different explanations, different reasons for non-take-up, but we still do not know what the most important one is, because there's not a lot of empirical evidence. If there is evidence, then it usually is only from an indirect nature. In general, proxies will be used to assess the importance of each of these causes, and I will also come back to that later. Here we see a brief summary of all the different factors that I have just indicated. So we see the client level with the cost-benefit analysis, and we also see the network events, the trigger events, and the cognitive or behavioral bias. What is also important is that the legislation and the administrative level are also important. They can have a direct impact, but also an indirect impact on non-take-up. For example, because they increase or decrease the costs or the benefits on an individual basis. The amount of the benefit will, for example, be determined by legislation, and this can therefore also increase or decrease the effect for the applicant. The administrative level can also play a role because it will determine how the application will be organized. Then there's also the broader social context that I should also focus on, because you will have the media, for example. You will also have the general labor conditions. So that's the more general framework, which can also have an impact on the different aspects. I have already mentioned that at this point in time, there's not a lot of empirical data regarding these different determinants. If there is any evidence, then very often it is based on proxies. Socio-demographic variables will often be used as proxies to measure a specific type of cost or benefit. For example, the nationality of a person or a household will often be used to measure certain process costs. Somebody who does not have the Belgian nationality would therefore have less knowledge of the Belgian system and might therefore have higher process costs. So if we see such a correlation between nationality and non-take-up, then very often this will be attributed to these process costs. Now, the disadvantage of such a proxy-based approach is that these proxies do not allow for us to make a distinction between a number of factors, because you could have, for example, a single parent. Now, this is a proxy that can be used to say something about the need of the person, but also about the duration or the height of the benefit. On the other hand, single parents might also have less time to go to the public social welfare center, for example. So it's very difficult to really pinpoint the right factor. And we wanted to do things slightly better, and that is why the Take survey has really focused on a number of variables. We've gathered detailed information on, obviously, socio-demographic variables, but we've also looked at indicators of vulnerability and need. We've also organized a different approach of information, process, and stigma costs. I will explain that later. We've also looked at trigger events, attitudes towards benefits, social network support, the possibilities in using computers, etc. So everything that could be linked to using or not using, for example, a social integration allowance. And we've also asked respondents to possibly give other reasons. Now, most of the questions in our survey used validated scales, but when we did not have them, for example, to measure the information and process costs or the stigma, well, in that case, we've developed our own instrument, our own scale. This is something that we've done. It's a new instrument which covers 9 statements at this point in time, and it allows us to measure 3 dimensions of costs. I think that most of you probably know the concepts, but I would still like to give you a definition of what information costs, process costs, and stigma really mean to us. Information costs, this is all the time, all the effort that is required to get the right information and to interpret that information regarding the existence of a benefit and also the eligibility criteria, the application process, etc. So everything that you need in order to get information on the benefit and on the fact of whether or not you can be eligible. Process costs are all the administrative thresholds, physical thresholds that have to do really with the application process as such. If you need to fill out documents, for example, or you need to go to the public social welfare center, etc. And stigma, those are the psychological costs, really. So this is something that can be defined by the fear of being stigmatized by the social network or a loss of self-esteem, for example, because you're asking for this benefit. So these are the three dimensions that we've tried to measure. And we've done that by using a number of statements that need to be assessed. In order to get to a good scale, we've added a survey. We first had a very long list of statements based on literature, based on information that we had at hand, and based on our own knowledge. We've then submitted them to a number of experts from the academic world, but also experts by experience. We've pre-tested these items within a separate group of individuals through an online survey. This is something that we did also with people with a low income. And it is based on that test that we could then select 9 items, and the final results show that this is a valid and a reliable scale, and that is also why we've used it in the TAKE survey. Here we see the 9 items, the 9 statements in English, and every item can be assessed. So the respondent can indicate whether or not he or she agrees with each of these statements. And it is possible to ask these questions or to submit these statements to people who do or do not receive a benefit. And that is why we can use the scale in the take-up and in the non-take-up group. It is a short instrument and it's quite efficient. I would now like to hand over to Manon to explain the first results, and I will come back later. Thank you. Thank you, Julie. In our research on non-take-up, we've first of all done a descriptive analysis. We've then looked at a number of socio-demographic characteristics. We've also looked at needs and at a number of other factors. Here we have a table regarding the eligible population, and we see the non-take-up group for each individual characteristics or household characteristics. For example, on the third line, we see the level of no or primary education, and we see that 23% of this group would not take up their benefit. On the other hand, if we look at people with a tertiary education degree, we see that the non-take-up group is bigger. This means that people who are more vulnerable will also more easily take up their benefits. We can also look at the activity status. Here we have, for example, the people who've got employment. 72% of them do not take up their benefits, and we can compare this with people who do not have a job, and there we see that only between 10 and 20% of them do not take up their benefits. So we've got a similar conclusion here than for the previous criterion. Then we also have the households. Some live alone or with a small child. And here we once again also see a difference in non-take-up, which is to be expected and quite coherent with what we've seen previously. Then we have two indicators on was mentioned earlier in the previous presentation. And we've also looked at an indicator of financial deprivation. And we see that the people who live in precariousness will more easily take up their rights. If there's a material deprivation, serious material deprivation, we see that about 30% of the people do not take up their benefits. In the graph at the right-hand side, you see something that is slightly different. Here we look at the composition of the take-up group and the non-take-up group, and we see that for the non-take-up group, which is at the right, at the top right, we see that here we have a lot of people, most people, who do not live in a situation of serious material deprivation. Here we have another result, once again coherent with previous results. We here see the percentage of people who are aware of their rights, and we see that they will more easily take up their rights, which is absolutely coherent with previous findings. And here we look at the non-take-up for a number of costs. We've got the information costs, the process costs, and the stigma once again. And we see that for information costs and process costs, people who have a low transaction cost will also have a lower take-up. People who have a higher cost will also have a higher take-up. And this is also true for the process costs. The stigma, on the other hand, will not have a major impact on take-up or non-take-up. Then we turn to the trigger events. This can be, for example, the birth of a child, the loss of a job, or an increase in variable costs, and that will also have an impact on the take-up ratio. Some people experience a drastic change in their circumstances, and we see that there will be a higher degree of non-take-up in that case. Here we see the different trigger events that have been mentioned in the survey, and the most common one is an increase in costs. That can be an increase in, for example, housing costs or medical costs. And the second most important trigger event that can be linked to non-take-up is disease of somebody within the household or the loss of income, which can be linked to the loss of a job. And then we can look at the non-take-up results regarding the attitudes to its benefits. Some people have a negative impression, and people who have a negative image of social benefits will have a higher non-take-up percentage. Then we've also looked at the impact of the network. People who have individuals within their network with whom they can exchange information on social benefits will more easily take up their benefits compared to people who do not know anyone within their immediate surroundings to discuss these benefits with. So here, once again, a similar conclusion for the social network.
Based upon this, it is always difficult to say that this is the main reason for the non-take-up. because there are actually more reasons. So we said, okay, let's have a model where we can see what the value of the different variables is. So in the first model, where we looked at the socio-demographic variables, second model, this is model 1 plus indicators of need and material deprivation. In the third model, we look at all the barriers to take up information process and stigma cost, transport limitation. And then in model number 4, we also looked at social and psychological variables, such as the social network, the attitude an individual has towards social benefits. So here you get an overview of the different models, and here you see that we get very high R squared for model 3 and 4. So this means that the quality of our model is good. And now the results, I will give the floor to Julie. Thank you, Manon. So for each category of variables, I will talk about the different models. Start with the socio-demographic characteristics. There we do see that there is a close link to the non-take-up. Probability of non-take-up decreases with age. So it goes down up until the age of 46, and then it goes up again. Also, the educational level has a link. People with a lower education have a higher chance for a take-up. Same goes for the employment status. People who are unemployed or inactive, they have a lower chance on non-take-up, so a higher chance on take-up. And we also see that the probability of non-take-up decreases with the number of children in the household, and the probability of non-take-up is lower for single parents with young children compared to couples without children. We also saw that in the descriptive results, but we also see that single parents with young children have a higher take-up, and also we see that there is a correlation with home ownership. So the probability of non-take-up is higher for home owners. Most of those correlations are still true when we look for other indicators or variables. If we look at, for example, gender, nationality, and region, if we look at Flanders, for example, then we see that the probability of a non-take-up is lower in the Walloon province than in Flanders. So for gender and nationality, there is no difference if we monitor this together with all the other variables, so then it does not play a role. When we look at vulnerability and needs, well, actually there are only few correlations. We did see a small correlation with financial scarcity. So people who say that they have a financial scarcity, they will have a higher take-up, lower non-take-up. And also in the first model, we see that people who say that they went through a trigger event, they have higher probability of take-up, but that effect disappears when we monitor other variables. How about barriers to take up benefits? So, well, there we see that there are strong correlations. So the probability of non-take-up is higher for persons who experience a medium or high level of information costs. So people who experience a medium or high level of information costs, so well, they have a higher probability of a take-up. But we don't see that with stigma. So we don't see a difference in experience stigma and the non-take-up. And we did not see any correlation between the limitations in reaching out to public administrations or limitations in using the internet or computer or health problems. And then the last variables, so the social and psychological ones, then we do see that the network plays a role when individuals have a social network all supported within their network, then there is a lower non-take-up. On the other hand, when we have a lot of people in your network with whom you're able to talk about money, we see that there is a higher probability of take-up. And we also see that if people are optimistic about their future, there is a higher probability of non-take-up. The attitudes towards claiming benefits, well, it doesn't seem to have any effect. And also having someone in your social network who makes already use of the services of the Public Center for Social Welfare doesn't play a role. We also asked the respondents if you can choose of this list of items, and we could add their own items. Well, what is the reason for the non-take-up? And this is self-reported. So from our results, we see that information costs play an important role, but here the blue part of the graph is about not knowing about the benefit. Well, that's quite low because we actually asked people who said that they knew certain benefits because it wasn't really interesting to ask people about a benefit they did not know of. So that's why knowledge doesn't play an important role in this graph. And the most important reasons is that people do not take up a certain benefit because they didn't think they were eligible. So that has also to do with knowledge because all of these people who replied to the survey, they were eligible. So that means that 32% wasn't aware of it. So there is indeed a lack of information. The other large reason is that people say that they don't need it. Very often they explain it as well. They very often say that their situation has changed in the meanwhile, that they didn't need it anymore, that they have an employment now, or that they got another benefit. So the need is something that can change within time, and that makes it, of course, difficult to measure because we always looked at a full year. Now, the reasons which were never ever chosen were, for example, stigma, or that they had a bad experience with the public center. Those are things that weren't self-reported, and I would like to come to my conclusions for this chapter anyway. So information and process costs are important barriers to take benefits. Need can sometimes be very temporary, can change rapidly. The support of a social network can help to overcome some of the barriers to take up the benefit. And we also see that some of the social demographic variables do play a role, even if we check for other variables. So I think those are groups that we should focus on with a high priority, and then stigma or having a negative attitude towards claiming a benefits are less important. Now, just some policy recommendations. So we've said it already, and I'm not going to repeat everything that has been said, but information and process costs are an important barriers. Now, one of the possible answers is to automate benefit access. Automation, well, I agree that you all know the different types of automation for administrative simplification, automatic identification of potential beneficiaries, and automatic take-up. And I'll try to convince you with 2 examples that those are things which could really help us to increase the take-up of benefits. We've talked about the proactive flux, and I know that this afternoon you will have another presentation about the proactive flux. So we had the opportunity in 2015 to evaluate the impact of the proactive flux. So we worked together with the CM, and so they looked at everyone who was possibly eligible for a certain benefit to invite them to come and meet them to verify whether they were eligible for an increased reimbursement. So they got a whole long list with potential candidates. It was impossible to contact them all at once, and so they said, okay, we will contact them in different waves, which allowed us to launch a large-scale experiment because different people just were contacted in random ways. So we were able to measure the impact of sending out that letter, contacting those low-income households proactively. And here you see the most important roles, most important results. So let's look at the gray bar first. So that's the amount of applications made. And we always compare the intervention groups with the control groups. So here you have 3 intervention groups. They were all contacted at different points in time. And when we measured it, how many applications were made, what the take-up is, then of course we did not contact the control group yet. So let's look at the amount of applications made after the letter that was sent. Well, there we see that it's much higher, 35% in the contacted waves, where it was only 5 to 6% for the control group who was not proactively contacted. But it's not only the amount of applications, of course, which is important. We also have to look at whether the degree of take-up was higher, and that is the dotted bar. So yes, so we see that in the contacted group, the take-up was higher than in the control group. So we can conclude that contacting people proactively leads to a higher take-up degree. Now, one remark, is that the percentage of applications and take-up in the interventions and control group, the approval rate was 80%. So the approval rate for the control group was at 80%. For the other groups, it was lower. So that means when they contacted those people proactively, they did make an application, but their approval rate was lower. So that means that some of them did not or were not eligible, even though at first sight they were. Now, example 2, automatic take-up. So Tina already said it. If you are eligible for the increased reimbursement, either it is because you have a low income or because you already have a social benefit. Now, before for the social integration allowance, it wasn't automated. It was a lot of red tape. You had to go from one institution to the next. And so between 2005 and 2010, they tried to make sure that this became automatic. So there was an automatic exchange of data between the public centers for healthcare and the social security system. So here you see that year X is the year where we had this common data bank. And so you see that when they launched it, the take-up before was about 60%, but after the automatic data bank, it increased up until 89%. So this shows clearly that automatic data exchange does help and corresponds also with the results of our study. And then the last slide, a short conclusion. For us, the answer is automation. It has an impact, but of course, there are challenges linked to automation, and I'm sure that this afternoon we will come back to that as well. It is important that the information that is used is up to date. Tim already mentioned it as well for the income guarantee for the elderly. We also need information on assets, patrimonium, etc. And of course, we have to be careful that the benefit goes to the right person. So we could ask ourselves the question, maybe instead of automating the benefits, maybe we should adapt the benefits to what is really possible in the whole IT world and link it to the data which is available. But I think that's a discussion that we can have this afternoon. Thank you for your attention. Thank you, Julie and Manon, for this presentation with interesting results, even for us, because we're getting more and more information day after day. And so it's weird that stigma doesn't play a role, but your attitude towards claiming a benefit does play a role. Now I would like to give the floor to the chair of the POD, social integration.
Voilà, bonjour d'abord à toutes et à tous.
Welcome and good morning to all of you. I was asked to speak about the reasons of non-take-up. Now, with my colleague Fulgens, who is an expert by experience at the PPS social integration, and we would like to look at the possible answers that we could bring and the projects that we have to find possible solutions. I would like to speak about two projects. First of all, the non-take-up working group that we set up in 2019, and furthermore, also the surveys of experts by experience, and Fulgence will speak in that context. But first, perhaps also some introductory words about the reason why it is so important to fight against non-take-up. I think that Ludo Holmans also spoke about this. He said that the struggle against non-take-up is as old as the fight against poverty. And what we should do in the first place is make sure that people who are eligible can also obtain these rights. Now, this is something that is of interest for us, and that is for various reasons, because we have a very clear idea of non-take-up. We already had some ideas before, but it was empirical, but now we really have some figures as well. And that makes it possible to determine our objectives for the future. We can determine in what way we want to solve this and what resources we need to make available in order to do so. What also interests me in this context is the fact that there are certain elements that are linked to this analysis that could be surprising. For example, the fact that people who live together will more often not take up their social rights, and the same can also be said for homeowners, for example. Sometimes people just have ideas that are not correct. Some homeowners might, for example, think that they should first sell their house for them to be able to get an allowance, which is not the case. And people who live together, well, for them, we will not necessarily take into account the income of their partner. It could be the case for ascendants and descendants, but not if somebody lives together with his or her sister, for example. So it really is important to take into account all of this when we decide on measures. The most vulnerable people are in general those that are not in the non-take-up group, so that is quite reassuring. But I've also noted that people who are in a situation of serious material deprivation, according to the European criteria, would not necessarily be eligible. So this is also something that we should understand better. In 2019, we've taken an initiative that I'd like to speak about now. We set up a working group on non-take-up, and this was as the consequence of a colloquium that was organized in this same room, and I was also present during that colloquium. And it is based on that colloquium that this idea saw the light of day, and we also put it in our administrative contract. So we really wanted to dedicate a working group to non-take-up. Now, there is a cross-disciplinary dimension, and therefore we thought that it was important that we would not only discuss this within our own administration, but that we should also exchange with other administrations within the social security public service. So together with the public service, we decided to launch this project in August 2019. First of all, we had a small working group that wanted to identify the strategic objectives that we should work on as a priority. We did that between August and December 2019, during the first 6 months. And afterwards, we defined the 3 major axes that we were going to work on. First of all, one on information stating that all people eligible should have information on how to use these social rights. The information should be available, should be correct. And this will help in reducing the non-take-up. The second strategic axis was to reduce the number of actions that the beneficiary should undertake in order to use these social benefits. So this means that we thought it was important to work on application, thinking about automation, for example, but also about simplifying the procedures in order to reduce, once again, the number of non-take-up. And then the third axis had to do with a number of psychological barriers. And we thought that it was essential also to eliminate physical and mental thresholds that could be an obstacle for take-up. And we've worked with experts by experience who can help people in getting over these obstacles. So these were the strategic priorities. Based on that, we thought it was important to bring the federal administrations together, about 20 of them. I'm not going to enumerate them all because that would probably take us a bit too far. During the pandemic, there was a major mobilization also of mutual insurance funds, for example. And we determined or drafted 40 information sheets, sometimes based on existing projects. This nevertheless was very interesting because it allowed us to exchange good practices between administrations. Based on this, and that was during the third phase, we also came to 8 proposals, cross-disciplinary proposals that were possible answers that could be used to reduce the non-take-up. The first pillar, as I explained, had to do with information. How can we inform the users better? How can we make sure that people who are eligible have more information about the benefits? And we have developed a social wiki, and I personally think that this could be a very useful tool. It already exists in Flanders. It's the Rechteverkenner, that's what it's called, Exploring Rights. And it gives information about social benefits on a federal and regional level, so that people who go to the website can just enter some essential information and immediately find out which benefits he or she would be eligible for. And the government would then need to make all the resources available in order to get this on the tracks. Now, we've also worked for a number of years on brochures for users. We've done that with our legal services, but also with the experts by experience. They often redraft the text so that it would be well perceived by the users. So this is also something that we did during the COVID crisis. It had to do with the COVID allocation allowances. And now during the Ukrainian crisis, we've also developed a brochure with respect to the rights of Ukrainians. And we've also had it translated in Ukrainian. So this also in the fight against non-take-up. We also thought that our own inspectorate could play an important role. Its objective is to control the use of subsidies by the public social welfare centers, but it can also look at fundamental rights and how they're being put into practice. So the public social welfare centers can ask information from the users without this being obligatory by law, but information that might be part of an intrusive approach. And we've been fighting against this practice because very often we see that bank statements are being required for the last 3 months, for example, whereas this is not required by law. And furthermore, this information usually is also available. This information that people are looking for is also available through the Crossroads Bank. And then finally, of course, we also have the work of the experts by experience. They can also help the administration in communicating in the right way to users, and I will come back to that in a little bit more detail later. The second pillar is the pillar that wishes to reduce the number of obstacles for users. And the first element that we can work on has to do with legislation, simplification of legislation, harmonization also. There is a phenomenon that we found very interesting in 2015, and you might remember that the government had decided that less people would have a social integration allowance, and all of a sudden we had a transfer of people between the unemployment benefits and the social integration allowance. Some people who were unemployed would have the right of an allowance as a single person or a person with dependent children, for example, whereas this would not be the same thing for the social integration allowance, for the very simple reason that not always the same criteria would be used, whereas the criteria should be the same, independently of the specific benefit that people apply for. The same goes, for example, for the definition of people who live together. And that is the reason why sometimes people would go from one allowance to another. So people might actually leave a specific system because of the incoherence in the definitions. We also try to work on a different level because we've got the social integration allowance, but we also know that some people would rather have the right to apply for an equivalent subsistence pay. So it is important to also keep that distinction in mind. Now, Julie and Manon have also spoken about the automation of social rights, and this, of course, is an essential element in the fight against the non-take-up of social benefits. And the first element that I would like to mention here, and we just have to think about it time and time again, also when we speak with the social services, because we have a legislation in Belgium which states that no information can be asked from a user if the information can be obtained elsewhere. This is a very good piece of legislation, but it is not always used. And there are still social services that continue to ask information from the user, whereas that information is already available, for example, in the Crossroads Bank. And we've agreed with the minister that we would send out a note to remind people that this information should not be required from the user if the public social welfare center can get it elsewhere, amongst others from the Crossroads Bank. And this can indeed have an impact. Sometimes people will be discouraged for the very simple reason that they have to provide information one more time. Secondly, and I think that this is also something that we should work on in the months and years to come, because these are long-term projects. That's the heating allowance, and I am very glad that we now have information about the non-take-up of allowances from the social heating fund, which is between 70 and 90%. So I think that it is important to change the access to the heating allowance. These are not permanent allowances. This is just an intervention which is limited in time. It is also limited to 300 euros, and it will be modified on the 1st of July. It will be increased by 50 euros. Now, the first obstacle could be that people think that it will require a lot of efforts to get this allowance. Anyway, I think that there is no reason whatsoever, no objective reason to not do the same thing here as for the social tariff for gas and electricity. People today need to go to the public social welfare center, sometimes several times, because everything will depend also on the number of liters that are supplied. So it is possible that somebody needs to go to the public social welfare center a couple of times a year. And there are 80,000 files that are being studied by the public social welfare center. They will then, for example, look at the social status, they will look at the invoices, and I know that I've got only a few minutes left. Anyway, I think that this is something that we can most certainly work on. What we've also done has to do with the automation of the social tariff for gas and electricity, and we know that there is an increase of 25% in beneficiaries between the situation before the automation and after the automation. Certificates, multifunctional certificates, are also interesting. There are a lot of derivative rights that are being managed by the public social welfare centers today. And I think that Anne van Lanker asked a question on this earlier on, and I will try to answer. Sometimes people have a social status and still there is no automatic social benefit. So this might be able, with the fact that the situation of these people can vary or fluctuate very quickly. So regularly, these people will have changed their residence, whereas they're still domiciled in the same place. So this can lead to some incoherence. But this is really not so often. I think that the benefits that automation can bring are a lot more important. And there's also one more thing that I would like to speak about. Somebody asked questions about it. Are there any flows that should be developed so that we can also understand more what the income of people could be? I've been fighting for this for 10 years. I've been trying to get the information on the net wages, for example, because if we could do something at the level of the net wages of these people, then that could simplify and automate the opening of these social benefits in quite a considerable way. But of course, it is essential that all the information be entered also by the employers, and we do not really know whether that is the case already now. I would now like to hand over to Fulgence, because I would like to know what the service of experts by experience has to say about this. Perhaps just a few words of introduction, and then I will hand over to Fulgence. Now, this is something that we've been doing since 2004. First of all, it was a pilot project that was financed through European means. Today, this is a service, a fully fledged service within our administration. We've got more than 58 people who work within this service of experts by experience. We've got 48 experts. So these are people who have gone through social exclusion, for example. We recruit them from within our administration and we make them available to other administrations. So we have about 23 administrations in which these experts by experience can work on a daily basis. So they're being seconded to these administrations. What do? They can do work at 3 different levels. First of all, they can welcome people. We've seen that the first contact with the administration very often is essential, and knowing about precariousness makes it easier to bridge the gap. So this is a first level of intervention that can be done to get people into contact with the administration. The second level of intervention by the experts by experience goes a little bit further. For example, if the first contact is not well organized, if, for example, there is nothing for young children, well, in that case, the service can make suggestions to improve some of the processes, some of the procedures. And on the third level, that is what we see when an expert by experience sees that there is a problem that cannot be solved. It will then be transferred to the coordinating person, and a working group can be set up with a number of experts so that solutions can be found. And it is in that way, for instance, that at the end of the previous mandate, we had made it clear that some allowances were below the social integration allowance, so people had to ask for a supplement, and it is based on those findings that the government has accepted to change the legislation, and also the amount of these benefits that would now be identical to a social integration allowance. So it is a lot easier for people to do whatever is required to take up these social benefits. Now I'd like to hand over to Fulgence, who will speak about his work.
En fait, je vais juste faire ce témoignage.
Thank you, Alexander. I just want to talk about an experience I know because we see that this can have an impact on many people in our society. We base ourselves on a couple of people who came to our institution. People came there, and there we have experienced experts, and their income was lower than the integration benefit. So we said, okay, I'm ill, I'm not able to work, but maybe I should go back to work because I even have less of an income than people who have a social integration benefit. And so I was the SPOC, the single person of contact. All of my colleagues work in the field, but they talk to me about what they see, of course, and I'm the SPOC with the INAMI, the Belgian Sickness and Invalidity Institute. So I said, well, there are a couple of people who aren't able to survive while in sickness leave. And so we didn't understand why the health insurance fund did not direct those people to the public social welfare centers so that they could get a top up to the level of the social integration benefit. So first of all, there is an issue of referring people to the public social welfare centers. I think between the healthcare insurance funds and the public social welfare centers, the communication is not always okay. People think that when you work or when you are a house owner, you will never ever get a benefit from the public social welfare centers. And I think it's important that we make sure that people know that whenever they have an issue, they could always go to the public social welfare centers. So I think that my colleagues got in touch with the health insurance funds and said, okay, let's redirect those people who don't have enough money to survive on a monthly basis, or to give them a lead and to get them in touch with the public social welfare centers. And so that's what we try to do. We try to say to the people working for the health insurance fund that if they got to know people who were in such difficulties that they would go to the public social welfare centers. But of course, we weren't able to go to all the municipalities to inform people from the health insurance funds and the people from the public social welfare centers. So I said, okay, let's find a solution at the Belgian level. Now, the Belgian Sickness and Invalidity Institute took the lead, but of course, we do not determine the amounts of the benefits. That is something that the government decides upon. So, of course, we had to work together. The ministry and the Belgian Sickness and Invalidity Institute to get, first of all, the data. And there were 25,000 people who got less than the social integration benefit, but who had no idea that they could go and ask for an extra and to the public social welfare center. So thanks to the close collaboration between the ministry and the NAMI, we got necessary data and we were able to help those people. We went to talk to the minister and the minister said that they were going to change things around, and they did. From the 1st of January 2021, they are following up the situation closely so that from the 1st of January 2024, these kind of situations won't continue to exist anymore. If people get less than the social integration benefit for whatever reason, because of sickness or because of invalidity, we should make sure that they automatically get a red flag and that they know that they can go to the public social welfare centers to get some financial aid. We would like, of course, to do the same for the increased reimbursement. I think it is very important that if at the level of the NME we cannot find a solution, that we get in touch with the minister again, because together we can change things around. Thank you. Now I would like to thank our four speakers. Now let's move to the slide where we have the questions. Now we will be rather brief because this is already lunchtime. So first question, the zero correlation with stigma is a surprise to many of us. Could you say something more about that? So the question is for Julie, I think. We were talking about stigma, weren't we? What we have seen is that stigma does not play an important role. We don't even see a difference between people who take up their rights or don't take up their rights, that their stigma cost is higher. So based upon our research, it is not the most important determinant, but of course it's something that we can't just forget about either. Okay, now I was speaking Dutch and I was hearing the French in my ear, so that was quite difficult. But as considered that the take-up is the highest for the most vulnerable category. Now, what we do notice is that it is very important for everyone, whether you're in a vulnerable situation or not, that we fight the non-take-up. There is no real correlation with the real need, but we are talking about a very vulnerable group. People we looked at was already a very vulnerable group. So I wouldn't say that it doesn't play a role, but I think that there are other reasons which are more important in the whole question to take up or not take up. The non-application are we talking, well, what are we talking about? The increased reimbursement? I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying. Thank you. Now, is the charter of the social insured, is that a source of non-take-up? Well, when we talk about the increased reimbursement, even for the people who are getting a social integration allowance, who should get the increased reimbursement automatically, well, we still see that some of them don't get it. And so that means that to get the increased reimbursement, of course, you have to be member of a health insurance fund. If you're not a member of a health insurance fund, then of course you don't get the increased reimbursement. So it might play a role, but for the time being, it's something that we weren't able to research in detail. We focused more on the individual determinants and not really the determinants within the legislation or within the administration. What's the correlation between the non-take-up and the educational level? Because don't you just said that social stigma isn't applicable, so when we look at the educational level, well, apparently there is no real difference. People with a lower education level, we thought that they might find it more difficult to find their way and to make the applications, but actually that's just not true based upon our research. I'm sorry, and what was the link with stigma? I don't see the question you read out. It's the second question. So what's behind the correlation between non-take-up and educational level? if the income is correct and if social stigma is of no importance, and what is the correlation between non-take-up and educational level? Yes, that's what I just tried to explain. If we look at stigma or equity, we do see that there's no correlation with the educational level. So in the model itself, yes, but when you look at the other characteristics, it is not anymore. So that means that there's no correlation with the educational level. Did you have a look at a correlation between the extra information that you got, like the information costs and the classic proxies as educational level? Well, that's a very good question. I would love to look into it, but for the time being, we weren't able, we did not have the time to study that. Okay, the reason that there's no correlation to ICT. Yes, it might be a little weird, but the difficulties with online tools or with computer, well, we just noticed that there's no correlation with the higher non-take-up. The process costs, if we look at the results from the survey, they are about physical barriers, not online barriers, but physical barriers. Long waiting times. It takes a very long time before you find out whether you're eligible or not. Limited opening hours, and not so much about the online requests for and benefit. Would any of the other speakers would like to react? I would like to react on what about Julie said. I think we have to be more prudent because during the pandemic, we did notice that the institutions who only had online services or telephonic services, but no physical opening hours anymore, well, that the request for help or aid went down dramatically. So I think we have to be careful, and it's also one of the demands of the associations against the poverty, that every institution with access to people, well, they should have opening hours where you can actually physically meet someone. It doesn't mean that they can't offer online services. That's not excluded. I think it could be an added value for students, for example, who live in another city. But you have to be very, very careful when you interpret all of this, because if you look at the figures of Actiris, then not being able to meet someone physically is a huge barrier for people. So it doesn't mean that they are IT literate. You should always have to have a physical way to access the authorities. Maybe someone else? Yes. So I work in the health services for the Belgian Sickness and Invalidity Institute. So we have a lot of prevention and we, I don't know, we send out tests to make sure that people don't get colon cancer, for example. Those are all tests which people can do at a prevention level, and we do notice that if people can come physically to do it, more people come than if they can't do it. Well, I'm very sorry. There were all questions in Dutch. My Dutch isn't Perfect. So I'm sorry if it was a little bit difficult with the questions, said the speaker. See you after the lunch break.
Goedemiddag iedereen. We wachten nog op een van de sprekers voor de komende sessie.
We're still waiting for one of the speakers for the next session, and we hope, of course, that Frank Robbe will arrive shortly. In order to respect the planning, I suggest that we start anyway. We might, if necessary, change the order. So welcome to this afternoon's session on the final conference Take and BELMOD. As you've seen this morning, we've also had an overview of new figures regarding the extent and the causes of non-take-up. This afternoon, we will look at a number of possible solutions to do something about non-take-up. During this first session, Natasha van Mechelen and Gineke Mampai of the Federal Public Service Social Security will explain what role the micro-simulation model of BELMOD can play, and Frank Robbe will afterwards, or would afterwards, speak about the use of the Crossroads Bank for Social Security as a tool in tackling the non-take-up challenge. Daniel Kvaderchev of NIHDI will then talk of the proactive identification and the proactive flux of the increased reimbursement. So the proactive element will be extremely important, and possible solutions to automate the allocation of benefits. I would now like to hand over to Natasha van Mechelen and Gineke Mampai to explain the BELMOD model. Good afternoon, everybody. This morning, we've heard the extent of the non-take-up problem, and this afternoon, we are going to look at possible policy solutions. Before handing over to Gineke, who will speak about the research that we've done and the results of that research, I would first like to very briefly explain the BELMOD project. This project was launched in 2019. It was coordinated by our public service, Social Security, and was financed by the European Commission. As with TAKE, we've worked with a number of partners for the technical part, especially the universities, University of Antwerp and of Leuven, but also the Federal Planning Bureau. For the contents, we've worked with the Federal Pension Service, and we've also worked with the antenna for the fight against poverty, insecurity, and social exclusion, and the National Institute for the insurance regarding disease and disability. First of all, I'd like to explain the micro-simulation model, which had the aim of modernizing the current model and taking into account the budgetary impact of a change in policy on distributional effects. For example, if there is a proposal of increasing an allowance for people living together, then we can use this model to check the budgetary impacts, and we can also see for whom this would be interesting. Would it be for younger people, for older people, and what would be the general effect on poverty? So that was our first ambition, to use the model that we already had and to modernize it together with the universities. The second aim was to use this model also to simulate a number of measures that had been designed in order to reduce non-take-up. We established an inventory of possible policy measures, and those that could be simulated, because not all of them can really be simulated. We cannot always assess the quantitative impacts, but whenever that was possible, we wanted to do that. Now, the BELMOD model especially wanted to focus on automation measures, simplification measures, and the harmonization of benefits. During these last couple of weeks, we've made an inventory of all the measures that we've simulated or that we found information about in the literature, and we brought everything together in the final report, which will be available on the website from next week onwards. Regarding the policy measures, there are 6 parts. The first 3 are very specifically about automation. Ginneke will comment on them, and the 4th part is about simplification and harmonization, which is something that will be explained later on as well. And then we've also noticed that we had to pay special attention to proactive communication, the use of nudging techniques, and also training of professionals, training of potential beneficiaries, and that also in order to find solutions for the digital divide. Now, we're not going to cover all these aspects because, of course, we've already had this morning's presentations. But there is something that we do want to talk about, and that is the fact that we think that just like in the UK, where non-take-up is followed up very closely, this is important also for Belgium. So we've explored the possibilities to set up such a follow-up instrument in Belgium. And Arne will also speak about that later on. I think that that is what I wanted to say about the project in general. I would now like to hand over to Ginneke. A first measure was the proactive allocation of social benefits. And in that case, the right is automatically opened without there being a specific application or any proofs. This form of automation suggests that the public service has all the information that is required in order to test the situation. Usually this is done electronically. Proactive allocation makes it possible to reduce the information costs and the process costs that were explained this morning, or they can even be eliminated entirely. An example that exists in Belgium at this point in time has to do with the social tariff for gas and electricity. This is a measure that aims at keeping the gas and electricity affordable for low-income families. There are a number of data that are being combined, and these data come from the Crossroads Bank of the social security system. Proactive allocation is very often quite easy to use for derivative rights, so rights that you're eligible to because you already benefit from other rights, but that for the non-derivative rights, the data flows very often are too limited to automate the allocation of these rights. For example, it is very difficult to have a full overview of all the means of vulnerable groups. For example, it is difficult to obtain information about collective debt management. So it is important that we do not have the criteria determined by the data that we have at our disposal, because if we do that, we would not be reaching the right target group. Another point of attention is that the applicants should always have the possibility to apply themselves. And this is also something that was mentioned by Ludo this morning. So it is essential that the applicant can apply him or herself, or it's also important that the citizen can let go of the automatic allocation. Another measure is the proactive identification. In the case of proactive identification, the public authorities take initiatives in order to identify potential beneficiaries based on available data flows so that they can be encouraged to make an application. An example is the proactive flux for the increased reimbursement that has already been mentioned. The increased reimbursement is an example of proactive allocation and proactive identification. So we have a proactive allocation in the case of derivative right, but it can also be allocated based on your income. And in that context, proactive identification is used. Arne will give you more details later. We've looked at the possibilities to improve the proactive flux, and we've also looked at how proactive identification could be used for the income guarantee for the elderly. We've also looked at whether it is possible or not to have an alarm procedure for people with a disability, and that is what I would like to focus on in the rest of my presentation. And all the other results, if you're interested, well, they will be published on our website. Now, for people with a disability, the idea is to use the medical recognition that people might have for indemnification. So people who would be eligible, but their income was too high. Now, it would be possible to follow the evolution of their income, and if their income drops, then they could be contacted automatically so that they could apply a second time. The means test is done using tax returns of 2 years previously. If there are no tax returns, then the current income is being looked at and the information is gathered through a questionnaire. If there are a lot of fluctuations of at least 20%, then the tax return of the previous year will be consulted. The idea of such a simulation would be to replicate the conventional means test based on 2 years ago, but using more recent material. So we've looked at the different possibilities by examining the data that we could find in the Crossroads Bank of the Social Security. For example, income based on pensions, other replacement incomes, etc. The information can be quite topical. It varies between 3 and 12 months, even though for the self-employed there still is a 2 or 3 year backlog. Now, the question that we had was how many people can be identified based on the current income, and also how many people who do have the right to ask for such an indemnification, well, how many of them will we not be able to identify? In our data set, we have about 186,700 people who get an integration indemnification or an income replacing indemnification, and we see that 44,000 cannot be identified. So 44,000 would be eligible, but they cannot be recognized as such. That does not mean that they would lose their benefits. That is not the idea, but this does clearly show that the proactive identification using the data that we have at hand can also lead to mistakes in the results. It also means that there might be people within our target group, people who are not eligible yet, but who could be eligible in the future, that they might not be identified. And that means that we continue to make sure that there are measures at different levels and that we do not only use proactive identification. We can identify 25,000 people whom we would then contact in order to encourage them to apply. It is important to know that these 25,000 people are people with a medical recognition. So we could not really simulate a new inflow because the medical recognition cannot be simulated. So in cases of the increased reimbursement, for example, the inflow might be a lot higher. Based on current data and based on the model, we cannot make a very precise estimate. In our report, we enumerate a whole list of reasons why that is the case, why some people might be identified and others not, but I'm not going to go into the details. I just want to give you one reason, and that is the lack of current income data. Here we see a small part of the means test for the income replacing or integration indemnification. And we've looked at the alternatives in the data flows that we have at our disposal in the public institutions of the social security system. We see that there's not always alternative. It is not always clear whether the alternatives that we do have would be fully in line with the tax data. Sometimes there can be calculations, so it is quite difficult to find out whether the data are fully accurate. And because of this, the income in the case of a proactive identification might be lower than the income that would be used for the allocation, which means that some people might be identified even though they have a revenue that is too high, which means that there would be an enormous administrative workload in dealing with this. Now, this is a first step in looking at how such a current income concept can be used in the proactive identification of potential beneficiaries. And we can fine-tune this even further by looking at the different income groups that would be most susceptible to fluctuations. And we can also look at socio-demographic and socio-economic characteristics.
What we have learned from our analysis is that proactively granting rights can't be the only possibility. There always have to be a broader look at things. But also, if you look at the table of the previous slide, you see that proactively granting rights based upon the current system can't be enough because we forget a large part of the target group or we're not able to identify them. So it has to be technically possible, of course, to have such a proactive identification. We have to have the necessary resources to do so. We have to have the necessary communication means to get in touch with those people. And of course, we need enough staff to treat all those new requests. I would like to talk to you about the quality of data and the accessibility of data, which is closely linked to the proactively allocation of benefits. So as we say, we are limited to the current data bank. The proactive allocation can't be the solution for everything. Let's look at the heating allowance, for example. If there is a difference between the data that the administration has and the companies have, so that means that we also have to look for monitoring possibilities when we make this whole system automatic. Now, of course, the automatic allocation can play a very important role, but there are challenges, identification challenges, allocation challenges, and everything depends on how we're going to use the data, which data we can use. Data for the self-employed is still an issue, but also data about people who are in death mediation at the official instances. And so very often about those people, you don't get all the information you need. So that's why we need those separate channels where the applicant can reach out themselves. So personal contact with the target groups is of the utmost importance. So social work is, of course, something which is linked to people and cannot be done without them. Thank you very much, Gineke and Natasha, for the presentation of BELMOD and some of the results. Now, when we talk about digitization as a solution for the non-take-up and the proactive identification of beneficiaries or automatic allocation of rights, there's one instrument which plays an important role, and we've mentioned it already a couple of times. It is the Crossroads Bank or the central data bank of the social security system. And so we're very happy to give the floor to Frank Robben. Okay, before starting, I might answer to some of the suggestions made by the previous speaker, if you'll allow me. Now, for starters, I'm going to talk about the automatic allocation of derivative rights. Now, before we did this, we had a similar problem because you're talking about primary rights, and I would like to talk about secondary rights. Now, in the past, the employer had to give the same information through different institutions and who had to interpret the situation according to different rules and regulations. For example, if you had to talk about, or if you had to hand over the information about a wage of someone, you had to read first 60 pages to find out what we consider a wage. And then when someone had a labor accident, the benefit they get wasn't considered wage, but was considered something else. And so either we try to harmonize the wage concept, but then of course you get into discussions. For example, if ticket vouchers is considered a wage in one sector, but not in another sector. So if you get ticket vouchers, your employer doesn't have to pay a certain doesn't have to pay taxes on it, but if we consider it to be a wage, they do have to pay taxes. And so then you get into a whole political discussion. But there's one way not to have such discussions is when you look at your legal concepts, they translate them into facts, and to make sure that everyone bases themselves on the same facts. And so in the beginning of the years 2000, we tried to do that. We defined 11 wage components, income components, and also in the law, we now says that those wage components can only refer to these 11 components, because otherwise you try to simplify, but you make it even more complicated. And so I believe, because your primary problem is what is an income, which concepts are part of an income, and why do we interpret it differently? So now we have the social integration allowance, but what about child benefit? Is that an income or is that not income? That's a whole discussion. But the thing is, just translate this into factual concepts and then look at where are you going to get your components of. Now, for the self-employed, you can't know that, of course, because there we only have the tax returns, and those are 2 years old. But for workers, these data are quite easy to get. And so the factual components you need, you can only ask for them once. And just make sure that for the people where you really need it urgently, make sure that you can get them urgently, because the whole complexity about how many tax codes do we have, 300, 400, and they change every year. So we really have to go back to factual concepts. And if you say that your income register or your patrimonium isn't the best exercise to measure income, then fine, look at another way to do it. And the question is, can't we get those data just once, or can't we just agree to where we can find them? So I think that we really have to harmonize those concepts. But if we can't harmonize them because of different reasons, then, well, at least make sure that you translated it into factual concepts. And then work with those concepts. I think that's the only way to solve the whole notion of income. So those factual concepts, those are like Lego bricks. And no one can make legislation without those Lego blocks. You all have to use the same Lego blocks. And we can already do that. We have been doing that for 20 years for wage, what is the wage components. So we can do that. So let's do that for the income as a total. But that was just an introduction. It's not on my slides. Now, I would like to talk about the automatic allocation of derivative rights, harmonization of social rights. There are 2 million citizens in Belgium who have a precarious status, which allows them to get derivative rights. Now, before, everyone had his own definition, and people just had to prove themselves which rights they had to these derivative rights. So we're talking about social tariffs for gas, electricity, water, a free subscription to public transport, housing, tax reduction. Now, of course, also a reduction for all kinds of social activities. Now, non-take-up, we have been talking about this for at least 20 years. So we have tried to come up with solutions to make everything more transparent, not to have a Matthias impact, to make sure that we do focus on the right target groups. Now, I don't have to tell you this, the whole situation is very complicated and not always well understood. And it's true, it's not easy either when we start to make the regions competent and no longer the federal authority. So that means that everyone does what they want. I mean, look at child benefit now. It's a Flemish child benefit now, a blue one. Now look at so child benefit, for example. You have two parents, have two children, they live in Waver, and then for 1 week that child lives in Flanders, and the next week it lives with its mother and lives in Wallonia. So the question is, and if you're not careful, if people move between the different regions in Belgium, so well, they get issues with their child benefit. So there might be a difference at a legal level, but it doesn't mean that you can't have the same conceptual facts. When do you obtain these rights? Some people want to know what your situation is at the 1st of January of the ongoing year. Others want to know it at the moment you ask for it. So we have to say it is very complicated. And every time things change, if the public transport company says, well, one of your target groups is a different target group now, then they also have to get all the data, and it's not as easy as you think. So we tried to make sure categories we use that they can be harmonized, and that those who get derivative rights, well, that we ask them to use the existing categories, as a basis. So then you don't have to ask for any additional information for those people, from those people. And so when you have to look at whether someone is eligible or not, you can do that proactively. Before, for example, if they didn't have to pay taxes at local level, on the house they own, well, then you had to go to the national authority. You have to ask for proof that you were part of one of the target groups, and you had to go back to your municipality and say, well, I don't have to pay taxes, etc. Now we try to make one data bank, and so we can say proactively to the municipalities, okay, those are the people who live in your town or your city who don't have to pay local taxes. And that's working quite well. They don't have to examine it anymore. I think we've sent mailings to all mayors in the country, to all chairmen of the public social welfare centers, but not even the majority of them replied. But during the COVID crisis, we did the same mailing, and then all of a sudden mayors woke up and reacted. So I hope that they will do the same thing for our other mails. Now, it is important that whenever you change something, please use the categories who are known in the Crossroads Bank. And you don't have to ask people anything anymore. You avoid a lot of red tape. You can just look at the central data bank. Now, because of those categories in the Crossroad Bank, if you use them, then they just have to look at a Crossroad Bank, and that same data can be used by all other institutions, and there is no delay anymore. When you have an applicant, you don't have to change things around anymore in the data bank. So that means that the applicant can use their derivative rights with a minimum of administration, and that the institutions who grant the benefit, well, then they don't have to go through the red tape of filing files, etc. And there can't be any abuse either. Now we have 3 different systems. The first situation is when you have a batch, a large volume, where you come and have a look to who is in which social category to grant a benefit or to postpone a derivative right. For example, a certain municipality allows a reduction of taxes to certain citizens of certain target groups. So they tell us, okay, these are the citizens we would like to grant a tax reduction. They don't even have to tell us actually. We can find that data ourselves, of course, but they do have to tell us which is the target group, and they tell us when we have to take a picture. Most of the time as the 1st of January of a certain year, and then we send them a list of citizens with a yes or no answer. Yes, they are eligible, and no, they are not. So that means that you can treat a large batch of data, and you can also select the criteria. So you could say we want a combination of the age, of the family situation, and the income level, for example, then we can just apply it to our batch, and we can combine national, all kind of parameters, nationality, etc., etc. So it works rather easily. So on the right-hand side, we have the categories. We base ourselves on different kind of sources, and they have the users on the left-hand side. So which are the sources that we use? Where we look at, for example, the income guarantee for the elderly. We look at the data of the public social welfare centers. We look at the data of the social insurance funds. So I don't think I have to explain the advantages to you. If these definitions comply with the separate categories, then you don't have to ask for extra data. You already have the data. And I hope this will launch a standardization of those legal categories. This has been approved by the National Committee, and those is the Lego bricks philosophy. So as long as you base yourself on the same Lego bricks, there can't be any issues. So there are do's and don'ts. So it is important that you always refer to the categories of the Crossroads Bank. Now, if the definitions are lacking, then let us know, but I don't think there are any definitions lacking. At the left-hand side, you see all the data we get out of that data bank, all the Lego blocks the local authorities need.
There are also situations in which this is not possible. So we had a child with a disability entitled to a disability allowance. Now imagine a change of energy supplier. So the entitlement was communicated on the 1st of January, but when the supplier changed to a new one, this was not automatically communicated. So it will be done automatically on the 1st of January of the following year when the batch will be processed, but it is also problematic because somebody in such a situation might then actually lose the social status because the new supplier does not take over the entitlement without the client being aware of this. And that is why there's not just a batch consultation, but also an online consultation. So it is possible to check this online in an interactive way for smaller volumes. And it is even possible to look further because we have a buffer database which is fed by a number of independent sources. So that is quite useful when we have to combine several factors because we have everything together. But if we need the most recent information, we might need to go and look a little bit further. And we have a second service for such individual files. So it is possible to check online whether a specific person fulfills a certain number of criteria. But you need the reflex to do that, of course. So I do not know why this is not an obligation for energy suppliers, for example, whenever there is a change throughout the year. I don't think that that is the best approach possible. And you see a number of examples here as well. And then we have a third aspect, because not everybody is connected to the Crossroads Bank of Social Security. Not everybody knows it. And we cannot ask everybody to use it or to check the status of somebody online whenever there is a need for that. If I go to, I've got 5 minutes left, that's good. Okay, thank you. So whenever I go to an amusement park with a child with a disability who would then have the right to have a person accompanying them, they might not know that. So we here have the possibility for a citizen to download a proof of the social status. This can be done on a smartphone, or it can also be done with a computer, and then you can print it, because I suppose you're not going to take your PC with you. But this would be a proof. So this would be a clear application, because the people who offer such an advantage, such a benefit, could then check this on site, and they could also check the authenticity of the certificate, because there is an authentic QR code. This is My Benefits. This is the name of the app. It is also possible for people who offer specific advantages or benefits to describe the benefits that they offer, so that citizens can check that. If, for example, I live in Leuven and I would like to know whether there are any advantages in swimming pools in my neighborhood, then I can check that. So there are several possibilities. The citizen can have a proof of their social status. There's also a function to get information on the benefits, and this can be done also offline. And then furthermore, it is also possible to upload the information in a database, so that a person working for a specific service can also check this out. Now, there's a mobile app which can be used on both Android and iOS, so Apple devices such as iPhones. When you want to prove your social status for yourself, because I do not need to find out what the situation is of somebody else, but a professional might need to know this. The professional does not need to authentify themselves, but the citizen, of course, does need to authentify first. The citizen can consult the social status, can also decide to create a QR code with only one status or with several. That is possible. The QR code is signed by means of an electronic signature, and that electronic signature will be checked. The validity cannot be impacted. It is only valid for a specific period, and it is foolproof. So when you arrive in front of the professional, the QR code can be scanned and you will get all the information. The national number will not be written in full, just the 3 last letters. And you get information on the social status as well. There's also a possibility of indicating entitlements immediately. And then it's also possible to consult the benefits that he or she is entitled to. And of course, people who offer advantages can also describe them. So that is the app, but we also have it on a website, which is www.mybenefits.fgov.be, where it is also possible to do exactly the same things, consult the status, create the QR code, download it or print it, and then the professional can also check the unique number of the certificate or can scan the QR code in order to check the status. And here you also have the possibility to consult benefits and advantages or to describe them. So this is something that a lot of people probably don't know. So I think it's the law of Metcalfe, which states that if you do not have a lot of users, you do not have a lot of advantages, but if more people use it in more situations, it also becomes more interesting to use it. So this is what I wanted to say. You can find some information here on the buffer database with information on how you can use it and also the links to my benefits. And I hope that I have respected the planning. I do not know whether there is a possibility for people to ask questions because I can't stay for a long time anymore. Can you stay until the end of the next presentation? No, I need to be somewhere else at 3 o'clock. Okay, so I'm just checking with my colleagues whether there are any specific questions for Frank Robben. I do not know whether the other speakers have any specific questions. That does not seem to be the case, but if I may, are you going to ask me a question? Yes, because you've shown us a number of possibilities, and I think that people also wanted to know whether a new flux could be generated through the identification of people with entitlements. Yes, but usually I prefer people to think first. Well, what I don't like is that, well, I'm a researcher myself, so I still have those reflexes, but I think that you should not really look at the current situation too much and then put it into a system to create a flux, because that would not necessarily be progress, because you might be consolidated practices that are not necessarily the best practices. Now, I've already read some documents. I haven't received everything yet, but I've read what I've received. Sometimes you just need to dare and think out of the box, because the major difficulty is the income. I think that that is clear for everybody. And for the income concept, it really is important to think about all the income sources that you should reckon with. Some income sources might not be relevant, such as the cadastral income. So if it is not relevant, then you don't have to keep it in mind. But if it is relevant, then you need to check where you can find the information. And you can do that completely independently of what exists now. And for some cases, you might say, well, it is interesting to keep this, and for others it would not be so interesting. And then you can come to a new flux. But imagine that you have a lot of additional advantages with loads of different definitions, and it might become very complex. So I think that it is essential to do the same exercise as the exercise that we did for the multifunctional return. We did not have any options. We just had to succeed. And many countries are envious now. Now, there are not any wage components that are asked from the employer, because the 11 or 12 components that were withheld, well, they seem to be sufficient. Now, the same thing can be done here. You've got a number of Lego bricks and you can just build your house with whatever bricks that you have. And I think that from within the Crossroads Bank, I would be really willing to think about this as well. I hope that my answer was clear. It was, yes, thank you. And then we can continue with the third speaker, Daniel Vaderchev of the National Institute for Health and Disability Insurance, who will give us more insight in the example of proactive identification in the case of the increased reimbursements. I'm happy to give you the floor now. I hope that it works. We are very glad to be here. Thank you for the invitation. It is always a pleasure to talk about the results of our work. The presentation deals with the proactive flux of the increased reimbursement, which has already been mentioned a number of times. Now, this flux is a measure in the health insurance context. It is a measure that is also linked to other social benefits, based on the increased reimbursement. There are a number of ways of getting the increased reimbursement. It can be done automatically, or it can be done through a means test. It is done automatically in function of the social status, but there's also a possibility of being allocated an increased reimbursement depending on your income. So the automatic allocation is automatic. You don't have to do anything to get the increased reimbursement in this case. If it is based on your income, however, the initiative lies with the person in question, who needs to undertake the necessary steps in order to apply for the increased reimbursement. As the initiative lies with the citizen, there is a risk of non-take-up if the person is not aware of the right, or if the procedure is too complex, then there might be a lack of take-up. Now, the proactive flux wishes to proactively identify those people who could be entitled to an increased reimbursement based on their income. It is part of the law since 2014, and since 2015, the system was called the unique flux. It was assessed positively in 2019, and based on that assessment, the decision was made to turn it into an annual flux, and that happened in 2020. So 2020 was the first year of this annual flux, and we have an annual flux ever since 2020. We're now in 2022, and we're now also going to assess the first year of the annual flux. And this is an assessment that we will also carry out every year. Now, to explain the flux in a more detailed way, we've got this scheme. So there are a number of things that happen. There actually are four flows. We first of all have the insured individual, and based on the information that we have, a list will be generated with households that might be entitled. These are individual data, and the lists are being sent out, and the Crossroads Bank will then give us all the information for the households that are part of the list. Next, the data will be sent after having examined them through the Institute for Health and Disability Insurance. As soon as the insurance companies have received the information, they can then contact the households. For the assessment of this proactive flux 2020, we've used a number of databases that we had at our disposal. There are 4 of them. The first source has to do with the database of all those people who have a health insurance. We've used this database in order to have an overview of those people who already have the increased reimbursement. We have then used the data of the proactive flux itself, the households that have benefited from it. And we've also used some statistics that we received with respect to those people who have been contacted. And then we've looked at a combination of the proactive flux and the general database of the increased reimbursement, which has a list of all the beneficiaries. And we've used this information for 2020 with also the global information 2021 and 2022. So the first results rather of this proactive flux. We here see that the target group was extremely large at first. More than 4 million people were present. That's about 1/3 of the population of those insured, or almost half of the people who do not have an automatic right to an increased reimbursement. After the first step, we see that only about 900,000 people are potential beneficiaries because they remain under the threshold. Less than 600,000 of them were contacted. What's the difference between these 2 figures? Well, the insurance companies might not contact some potential beneficiaries if they have other information that clearly shows that there is no need contacting them because of other criteria. We then had 43,000 potential beneficiaries, and this based on the proactive flux. This might not seem a lot. These are quite recent figures, so it is possible that other people would also be included later on in the process. And then we've also checked these with other data. 95,000 people who were present in the proactive flux 2020 were also present in the flux 2021. And if we also look at 2022, the number rose to 192,000. So it is possible that a lot of these people received an allocation because of the proactive flux.
Now, of course, there can be allocations which are not linked to the proactive flux. Now, other figures I would like to show you. Now, as I said, 36% of the people insured were identified by the proactive flux. 22% had a potential right, and only 2% of the insured had derivative rights, and it was 4% before. Now let's have a look at the profile of the beneficiaries. So we have analyzed this according to different variables. So whether the allocation was automatic or by the proactive flux. Now here you have 2 graphs. Now for the increased reimbursement, well, let's say that there is 50-50 automated allocation are based upon primary rights, and then also for the proof flux, we have a majority of the people who got their rights allocated automatically. Now let's have a look at the structure of the beneficiaries. So first of all, we have the age categories. The first graph is the beneficiaries of the increased reimbursement. So the elderly people and the younger people have a little bit more rights to the increased reimbursement and the people in between. And for the elderly people, there's also a gender difference. The older you are, the more women we find, but the structure is completely different if we look at the proactive flux in 2020. There we see a lot of elderly people there, and also people between 20 and 29 years old. The other age categories are less frequent. Now let's have a look at the people who have an income which is lower than the social integration allowance. So there we see that the age category of 2025 is overrepresented compared to the other age category. Flux, we also see that the category of 2029 years old is present a lot also in the Proflux stream. Now we've made an analysis for each province, and here we see that the distribution didn't change much. So we've looked at the beneficiaries for the increased reimbursement because of the flux compared to the global increased reimbursements categories. Only in Brussels there was a difference. So I think that we've identified more than 900,000 potential beneficiaries. That is quite a high level. And this means that 100 to 200,000 people got more rights. And now 2019 was the COVID-19 pandemic. And so we saw that we had a little bit less people within the age category of 20 and 29 years old. They came up a lot in our proactive flux, but the elderly people, more than 60 years, well, they weren't identified as much in the proactive flux. So this was a first report. So that means that interpreting the figures is quite difficult because we don't have any data to compare with. We don't know whether it's because of the proactive flux that people got more rights to the increased reimbursement. But now we will continue to look at these data, and I think that in the future we can draw conclusions from those figures. Now, based upon the response percentage that was sent, well, actually, we see that the response is quite low. We send out a communication, but there is a very low response rate. So I think that's also a challenge. If we proactively identify people, we try to get in touch with them. Of course, we would like them to respond. So I think now it's time for a Q&A session. If you would like to have a copy of our report, then you can send us an email and we will send you a copy in French or in Dutch, up to you. Thank you. That was a very interesting exercise. Shall we go to the Q&A session? Where do I see the questions? Those are the questions. Now, first question, can you use the data of the tax return or the proposal of the simplified tax return? So can you use the data of the tax return or the proposal we get for the simplified tax return form? Now there are only two questions, so I'll move on to the second question. How can this buffer data bank play a role in the automation? Are there any points we could even improve? So Frank is not here anymore, but if the other speakers have any ideas for the CBSS data bank, then let us know. So can we use the data of the tax return and could the data bank of the CBSS play a role? I would like to answer the first question. Can you hear me? I'll try to answer the first question. The problem with the tax returns is that it's always old information. Even if we look at the proposal made for a simplified tax return, then it's still not up-to-date information. Now we see that vulnerable target groups have a lot of variation in their income. So yes, you could use the data of the tax return, and we do use it. So on the one hand, it is a yes. On the other hand, I think there are better ways to use the data. I think it's important to use current data, up-to-date data. So we've already tried to do that exercise, and I think we actually should combine all the data we have to come to a mature solution.
Ja, dus wat betreft de vraag van hoe dat de bufferdatabank.
Now about that data bank and could it play a role in the automation? Now I think Mr. Robin already mentioned it earlier onwards. There are different social statuses we could introduce in the buffer data bank. For example, when we look at incapacity of work, the status of orphans, long-term unemployment, I think those are different social statuses or categories we haven't introduced yet into the buffer data bank. And I think some indicators are already usable but aren't being used yet. So I think we also have to communicate more to the possible users of the data bank on what the possibilities are before introducing new ones. Okay, thank you. Now I don't see any other questions on the screen. So then I think we can conclude this third session. Or no, one more question? Yes. Anne van Lanker, last question. What are the most important recommendations from the BELMOD research and what are possible quick wins? A couple of quick wins. If we were going to use nudging techniques, those are rather cheap, or how shall I put it? measures which don't cost too much or with a limited impact as well, but still with an impact. I mean, compared to the means you invest, it could be a quick win. Now about the automatic identification, well, there is still a lot of work to do. So I think that's something which is only feasible in the long run. Other quick wins? I think it's very important that we go and look for, I mean, full automation is that people don't have to do anything anymore and that everything happens automatically. Now, I think we have to look beyond the social statuses which are already integrated, like the social integration allowance. I think that if we talk about people who are in a collective debt system, then I think, well, we don't have the necessary data yet, but I think this is a clearly defined target group. We have information about that group. So I think there is a quick win. We could develop indicators for this specific target group to allow them to make use of their derivative rights. Now, I'm sure that there are other categories as well, and not only the people who are in debt, but also other categories. We just have to think about it. Now, in the meanwhile, we have another question. What happens to people who, according to the proactive flux, are no longer eligible? Do we get in touch with them to tell them? I think that's a question for Daniel. Did you understand the question, Daniel? If I understood the question, so if you lose your right to increased reimbursement, can you all hear me? So if a person isn't eligible anymore for the increased reimbursement, we could get in touch with them, or that person could always go and introduce a new file or a new request. So the insured can also always get in touch again to see if their right to an increased reimbursement isn't met again. Okay, and then the last question maybe is a possible quick win for a current income to make sure that we work on a quarterly basis for DMFA. Well, yes, and not only for DMFA. I think for all income concepts, we should try to work in a very active way and to make sure that all categories get the rights they deserve. Okay, that's a clear question on a very interesting question. So I think we can conclude this session now, and I invite you for the coffee break, and let's take 15 minutes for our coffee break. So 3:05, we'll return to the room. Thank you. Oh, sorry. The next session starts at 3:15. I should have had a look at the program first.
Beste deelnemers, ik zou willen voorstellen dat we de laatste...
Participants, I would like to suggest starting this last session of this final conference of the BELMOD and TAKE projects. And in this session, We will look at a number of other aspects in the fight against non-take-up, simplification, harmonization, and monitoring. We're first going to look at a number of results based on the BELMOD project by Arna Gorselis of the FPS Social Security. Then we will get reactions of Hélène Duroubet of the University of Brussels and Henk van Hotegem of the Antenna in the fight against poverty, insecurity, and social exclusion. I would now like to hand over to Arna. Yes, good afternoon, everybody. Now, we've been speaking about non-take-up all day, and I would like to explain to you what other options there are in the fight against non-take-up, simplification and harmonization. Why harmonization in the fight against non-take-up? It has already been mentioned a couple of times. Complexity seems to be one of the reasons for non-take-up. It is a complex system of social protection with also complex access conditions and a lot of differences, and that makes it very difficult for the citizen. First of all, there are a lot of information costs, as was said this morning. The information costs are costs that are linked to the perceived efforts required to get information on the benefits in order to check whether or not one would be entitled. There are also a number of behavioral obstacles. For example, if there's a lot of choice, if there are a lot of different measures, then this could cause an overload of options, which might make it difficult to make a decision. So this means that it might be better to have less options, but this might not necessarily be a realistic option. So we're not going to go into the details of this. More clarity could be beneficial because the complexity makes it very difficult to understand the conditions that should be met in order to be entitled. Giving this information in a clear and understandable way is, of course, very difficult if there are a lot of options, if there is a great diversity. So this could also be a behavioral obstacle if there is no clear or understandable information. People might therefore also decide not to take up their benefits. Another behavioral obstacle is that this diversity, and we will also see a number of examples later on, that the differences between all these different systems make it more difficult to assess the risks. People tend to overestimate the risk of not being entitled, especially if there's a lot of complexity. People might think that the risk of not being entitled is bigger. So very often they will not make the effort. There is also a bias. There are hassle costs because of the complexity of the system. And there's also the loss aversion. In a complex system with a lot of options, it'll also be a lot easier to have other forms of non-take-up because of administrative mistakes, for example. It is a complex system, so that means that it will also be difficult for the administration to apply all the rules correctly all of the time. So this might lead to mistakes. An easier system will also simplify the cooperation between administrations, which means that information can more easily be transferred to another administration. That is something that might be a lot easier in a harmonized system. And next to that, automation will also be easier in a simplified or harmonized system. So how can you harmonize? If you use a certain income concept and you use it differently for different measures, then it might be better to harmonize and use the same system for all measures. And you can do that in two different ways. If there is one aspect that is reckoned with in one situation and not in the other, then you can choose to either use it everywhere or not at all. And we have consulted a number of stakeholders, the antenna amongst others, in order to ask them what they think would be the best means test. What has resulted from this consultation is that the interests of the applicant should always prevail. So if you harmonize, it should not be based on what is easier for the administration, but on what is best for the citizen. There are also 4 principles that should be taken into account in order to get a fair means test.
Van een burger zo volledig mogelijk eigenlijk kan gemeten worden of
First of all, the means test should be as comprehensible as possible. It should be realistic. Which means that certain tax rules that are withheld might actually give an unrealistic perspective on the income. It is also important that the income that is reckoned with is also available, which means that a fictitious rental income, such as the cadastral income, cannot be used. The stakeholders also emphasized that the income should be current and that the system should be simple. And based on this, we've made a number of proposals of simplification and harmonization. And I would like to explain them here. We've looked at 5 benefits. First of all, the social integration allowance, also the replacement revenue or the substitution, the integration allowance, and then also the income guarantee for the elderly, the increased reimbursement and the heating allowance. And for those 5 benefits, we've looked at what the impact could be of a harmonization. We've looked at an exemption for the house in ownership. We've also looked at an exemption for maintenance payments for dependent children. So this is also something that we've looked at. And then a third situation was the maintenance payments that would be considered to be a deductible expenditure, because this is money that is no longer available and that you cannot use for your own good. It would be for your children, for example. So those payments would then be considered to be deductible of the available income. Now, in the current situation, there are a number of differences. So first of all, the first aspect that has been looked at is the exemption of the cadastral income of the own house. In the means test, this is taken on board for the social integration allowance, for the income guarantee for the elderly, also for the increased reimbursement, even though there are some exceptions. The home ownership is not included for the heating allowance, and it is not reckoned with when there is a tax return of 2 years previously for the substitution income or the integration allowance. Whereas for the other 3 benefits, it is being reckoned with. So we've also done a simulation and we've looked at the impact for the citizen if the home ownership would no longer be considered. For the maintenance payments received, the current situation is such that they are exempted for children in the context of the social integration allowance, also for the income guarantee for the elderly, for ascendants and descendants, but they are still taken on board for the other 3 key benefits. The maintenance payments paid, here we see also that it is taken on board for some of these key benefits and not for others. So there are quite some differences, even though the benefits are similar in the social protection that they offer. People who receive a social integration allowance, but who then retire, can receive an income guarantee for the elderly, and that might also change how these other elements are integrated in the calculations. These are the first results of our research. On top, we see the impact of the 3 harmonizations together, which is the treatment of the home ownership and the received and paid maintenance payments. And we see also the different benefits here. So if we have the 3 measures for all of these key benefits, there would be an impact of 3.15%, which means that the budget would go up, and this would be an increase of a bit more than 81,000. We see that the impact is biggest for the income guarantee for the elderly. No, sorry. We see under the first line the way in which the different treatment of the home ownership would impact different benefits, and that is where we see that the impact would be biggest for the income guarantee for the elderly, 6.03%. And then we see the total, and this has to do with home ownership. It's the bottom line of this table. So if home ownership will be treated in the same way, and we're not looking at the maintenance payments here, we would then have an impact of 2.85%. 2.85%, 71,000. And we see also that this is quite an important impact, because we had a total of 82,000 and about 71.5 would actually have to do with home ownership. All right. And then similarly, we here see the impact once again on the top line, the 3 measures together. And then we see the impact of the harmonization of the maintenance payments received. And we see here that the impact is very small. The budgetary impact is of only 0.02%, which is 1.7 million euros. So this would be a quick win without a major impact on the budget. A combination of the 3 measures gives an impact of 3.15%, which is also quite small, actually. We also see that there is a decrease in the expenditure in the field that is so strange. We have not done a simulation here because the maintenance payments received are already exempted. The reason why there is a decrease is that there can be some interaction effects. If the 3 measures are taken on board, we've seen in the simulation that more people would receive a substitution income or an integration allowance, and that there would be a different expenditure for the social integration allowance. Then we also have the maintenance payments paid out. If we consider them to be deductible, we also see that that has quite a small impact of 0.26%, which is about 8 million euros of extra spending. So that was the budgetary impact of the harmonization. of the different key benefits. 3.15% of budgetary impact if we would harmonize these three elements for the different key benefits. And then we also have the impact on the number of beneficiaries, and here we see some higher percentages. Once again, also for the income guarantee for the elderly, 8.65% more beneficiaries after the reform. Two important comments here. As we've seen for the budgetary impact, the exemption of home ownership is the most important one here as well. Here we have the total figures, but the home ownership would also play an important role here. And we can also observe that if the number of beneficiaries goes up faster than the budgetary impact, that usually the amounts will be rather small. People might, for example, not be entitled before the reform of home ownership. But if you do not look at the cadastral income, the fictitious rental income of the own home, then all of a sudden the entitlement might change. So that is an important comment that we should make here.
Now we also calculated the impact on poverty. Does the poverty risk increases or decreases after the harmonization? And the poverty risk goes down from 15.01 to 14.92. The poverty risk is the percentage of the population who has an income based on the household, which is lower than 60% of the average national income. So before the harmonization, 15.01% encounters poverty risk. After the harmonization, 14.92%. That's only a small decrease. So that means that actually the integration allowance or the replacement income is already below the poverty line. So even though if more people get allocated the integration allowance or a replacement income, they're still under the poverty line. What could have a big impact is if whether after the harmonization there is less non-take-up. That could have a positive impact, especially for those citizens who are now taking up their rights, but we can't simulate the opportunity whether someone would actually go for a take-up instead of a non-take-up after the harmonization. So that's why we don't reflect it in the figures. So that's why the potential positive effects of the measure is probably much higher than what this graph shows you. And then maybe a last topic, political solutions in the fight against non-take-up of social rights is that we should monitor the non-take-up more closely. Now with the TAKE project, we have for the first time current figures on the amount of non-take-up of social rights in Belgium. This is something that we should repeat, of course, but it is not easy to interpret. You've seen that the project is very large, so we can't do this very frequently, but it has been done in the United Kingdom. So the Department of Work and Pensions calculates yearly graphs about the non-take-up and measures to prevent it. So we would like to suggest this as a possible solution as well, because if we want to inform policymakers about the issue, then of course we have to prove that there is a real issue and that there is a need of change in policy for this reform, so harmonizing the different measures to actually study whether the non-take-up went down. Of course, you have to study it, and I think that all projects will only increase public awareness. Now, in the United Kingdom, they do a survey of about 20,000 households combined with the administrative data. And because of the combination of data, they can actually simulate whether someone could be a beneficiary of social benefits, according that the public authorities have the up-to-date information about everyone. So will or are people eligible, and do they take up their rights? Now, in the combination of those survey data and the administrative data, it is possible to answer those two important questions, and so they can get a good image of the non-take-up in the UK. I forgot to move the slides. So maybe I should repeat myself. So in the United Kingdom, the Ministry of Labour and Pensions makes every year statistics about the non-take-up. They base themselves on the administration data and the survey. So we would like to suggest to do the same thing in Belgium. I think that in Belgium all the necessary elements are present. On the one hand, we have a survey to map the income of the Belgian households. It's called the Silk survey. We could link up those data with the administrative data, and we now have the BELMOD model of micro simulation to simulate whether someone is eligible or not based upon the data from the administration and the Silk survey. So that's one of the proposals we would like to make to our policymakers. Thank you for your attention. Now, thank you, Arne. You respected your speaking time, so thank you very much. It shows us the power of the BELMOD project to really have an impact on the income of the Belgian citizens, and thanks for your proposals. Now I would like to give the floor to Hélène de Roubaix. She is a PhD student at the Université Libre de Bruxelles, and she is looking at the non-take-up of social rights in Belgium. Thank you. I hope that you're still awake after lunch. And now I think that today we've learned a lot about the non-take-up. We've talked a lot about what it is, what it's all about. And I hope that you're not discouraged. I sometimes am because it is a huge issue, not only the amount of people, but also at the level of the administration and also at the level of the legislation. So it's easy to say it needs so many changes and adaptations that you just lose courage. But let's stay positive today, especially during the next 15 minutes, and let's go over the interesting points of the BELMOD research and the TAKE projects. And let's talk about a proposal to come up with other solutions. And I know it's a little bit ambitious. Those are proposals for the long term, but I hope that you will be inspired and hopefully we can continue to work on these areas in the future. Now, the BELMOD research or the TAKE research are really going into the good direction, and they come up with very clear results about the impact of the non-take-up and about the possibilities we have with the automation. We now know why people do not take up their social rights, and that means that we can actually do something about it. The BELMOD research makes it clear that we have to simplify legislation, and it's true that the social insurance system in Belgium is very complicated. There's no harmonization whatsoever. So it is very difficult to understand. So it's easy not to take up your social rights in such a complicated system. So I think it's worthwhile to look at how we can harmonize things and to see how we can cope. Now, it's not astonishing that within the BELMOD project, they especially look at the social integration benefits because we know that at that level there's a non-take-up is quite high. Why? Well, because of the fact, and I think we've mentioned this already a couple of times, because people have to go through a means test. And we know that those mean tests are quite complicated. You have to take into account many variables. People find that their privacy is not being respected at all. And it's true that there is the feeling of stigma. Now, apparently, during the research, it came out that the stigma isn't as high as we tend to think. But I think that we should really harmonize also the means test and to maybe move to a better definition of what is the income of a household, what do we take into account, what shouldn't we take into account. Now, the different proposals made are going into the right direction, and I also believe that we should go for automation. I think we've already talked about this a long time, and it's good to talk about this. I think it is a good measure to harmonize, to make it automatic. But I have to say that a non-take-up exists at different levels. We shouldn't just think that automation will be the miracle solution to adopt and that there's nothing else we should do. I think next to that, we have to really relook at the framework of standards we have, the social protection we have. And I really think that in Belgium, we have to reconsider how we deal with social benefits and allowances. But I have to say that as a legal expert, I don't have much to say about that specific topic. Now let's talk about automation. I think we shouldn't forget about the fact that there are also risks linked to automation because here we have two fundamental rights. So we have to try to harmonize On the one hand, we have the right to social security, which is a fundamental right. It's in our Belgian constitution. We already signed international treaties about the social protection of citizens. So Belgium has to offer this social protection, social welfare. So that is a fundamental right. So a right to social security. And I think with automating this whole system, it can help us out. And on the other hand, we also have the respect of your private life, GDPR. And so I think that one of the speakers this morning already mentioned it. This is already a fundamental topic, especially when we talk about automation. It means that we also have to respect the GDPR. I think we all know it. It's already a couple of years. This came into force in the European Union. We have talked about it already lengthily in the press, in the society as a whole. So I think those two fundamental rights have to be harmonized as well. Now, I think, and it's a little bit ambitious, maybe I admit, and maybe this is something that you haven't heard about yet, because we also have the same debate. On the one hand, we wanted to offer protection to everyone, a universal protection, and on the other hand, we want to work with specific target groups, and we look at, for example, the employment rate, etc. Now, why is this so important when we talk about the access to social rights? Well, because of our legislation, it is very complicated, not harmonized at all. And so that means that for every benefit, there are certain conditions you have to meet. And the more conditions there are, the more difficult access becomes. And so I think that sometimes we have conditions who are really, really difficult, and not only for the individuals, but also for the administration to find out whether someone is eligible or not. An article was written by a professor of the ULB, and that professor really tried to map all the different measures and all the different rules and regulations. And seriously, it is very complicated. If we want to ensure access, if we want to ensure the take-up of social rights in Belgium, we have to make sure that this system, this legal system becomes easier, more transparent. Now, I think this is something that we really have to work about. And I think we also have to look at the composition of the households. I think there we also have to look at the current situation and adapt our legislation to what is happening in our households today. Now, I wanted to be very brief, so if you have any questions, do not hesitate, and otherwise I will close up my presentation now. Thank you. Thank you, Helene, for this legal perspective on the issue of the non-take-up of social rights. And now I would like Henk van Hotegem to react. He is the coordinator of the Combat Poverty, Insecurity and Social Exclusion Service. Good afternoon, everyone. I have 20 slides, and I'm sorry, I'm a little bit enthusiastic maybe for the late afternoon, but if I can deliver a presentation on the non-take-up of social rights in Belgium, then I'm happy to do so. I am from the Combat Poverty, Insecurity and Social Exclusion Service. I will just call ourselves Poverty Service during my presentation. Now, fight against poverty and social exclusion is our priority. We organized a stakeholders consultation within the framework of the BELMOD project and together with the Belgian Association for the fight against poverty. Now, we are an interfederal, an independent institution, so long before we saw the COVID experts on our television screen from the interfederal institution, we were already active as an interfederal institution. We believe that no one should live in poverty. We believe that poverty is a violation of the human rights, and we try to organize ourselves in consultation with people in poverty and also in dialogue with other organizations and actors in the field. Now, our mission is to evaluate and fight against poverty. Now, we organize consultation processes, and every 2 years we write a report, and I hope you have read our reports. Our last report was about citizenship and poverty, take-up of rights, but also cohabitation in Belgium. Now, poverty, that means inequalities and also to leave no one behind. The 17 SDGs, but I'll come back to that later on. I'll link it up to the non-take-up issue. And the latest report we published in December was solidarity and inequalities, Matthias effects or impacts, and a just tax system, which I will come back to later on as well. Now, we also have other consultation possibilities within the framework of the BELMOD project. So the non-take-up of social rights is an important topic, and we started working on this because of the report we wrote in 2018 about the automation of rights. So we did that for the federal state, and we came to the conclusion that we talk about the automatic application of rights, but the first question we have to ask ourselves is why do people do not take up their social rights, or why don't they use them? What are the barriers? What are the reasons for the non-take-up? And of course, we always want to do that in dialogue with the people involved and in function of the efficiency of our politics.
We are very glad that today we've heard about the results of the research in this field. Our antenna has worked very intensively on non-take-up. A colloquium was organized in the Senate together with the King Baudouin Foundation. Also with Sarah, we've created a video in order to raise awareness with professionals. A book was published, and we've also updated our note in 2020 together with the planning service on social integration. And then we've also analyzed the Hello Belgium Rail Pass. These were the free rail passes that could be asked at the end of 2020. We've analyzed this in 2021. And we've also discussed this with the railway company, as the application had to be done online. This might have been a reason for non-take-up for many, even though somebody else could also do it with your national number. Now, this, of course, was not going to solve poverty, but it was an opportunity to really look at the efficiency of certain measures. We could analyze the socio-economic profile of the 3.5 million applicants, and this was compared with a number of stable databases, and this was analyzed further. So we had a clear overview of the take-up and non-take-up of this free Hello Belgium Rail Pass with the socio-economic profile. And the non-take-up very often had to do with education level and income. Now, I would like to call upon all authorities at all different levels, federal level, provincial level, regional level, but also for the municipalities. I would like to call upon them to really use the opportunity to analyze all measures, and that in order to get a better overview of take-up and non-take-up, and therefore of the efficiency of these measures. Here we also have some results for each city and town. So in red, we've got a higher take-up percentage, and we've got some graphs as well. This has to do with the income ceiling. In red, we see the 35% take-up, so 3.5 million applicants. And we also see that the take-up was bigger when the income went up. Here we see a similar graph depending on educational level, and we also see a major difference between those without a degree and those with a higher degree. And this final graph shows the nationality and origin, where we also see a non-take-up percentage, which is quite high for those who have a different nationality or origin. And you can read all of this in our report. And then I would also like to make some publicity for the document that we will publish at the end of the summer holidays, with also a description of the problem of non-take-up, with some indications, some figures, etc. It will also be interesting to look at all the initiatives that have been taken in the fight against poverty. The research that is being presented here today most certainly is part of those initiatives as well. Now, we've seen that there's a growing interest for this problem. We've also seen the report of 2017 of the Observatory, and we also had a reflection within the Brussels Parliament with also a commission that has worked on this. Alexander this morning also referred to the work of the Federal Public Service and the Planning Service on social integration. Now, all of this is good news. So thank you very much. Thank you also to everybody who's been involved in the TAKE and BELMOD projects. Thank you very much for giving us more insight in the causes and extent of non-take-up. Now, the consultation regarding a number of stakeholders, these were health insurance funds. We also had a number of institutions and authorities. It was organized by the Interfederal Antenna together with the public service and the BAPN. So thank you very much. And all the others. Thank you also to Ludo, Bruno and their teams. Thank you to Veerle Stroobans of the Antenna also for all the work and the reports of this consultation. So thank you very much. I think that it is important to thank all the people involved, because we plead for a more personal approach. Now, I think that the questions are clear for everybody. We really want to simplify and harmonize means tests. We also want to look at how we can take into account which elements of revenue, for example, and what would be the major possibilities to make everything more automatic. And we've worked on this during a period of several months. Now, the exchange was very interesting, and I must also promote this type of consultation, because I think that it's a good practice. We've involved researchers and players from different horizons, and we also got a lot of feedback on the possibilities and the choices that had to be made within the research project. Based on the comments that we received, of the different stakeholders, we could therefore adjust our methods, and we see that the smileys could actually indicate what the researchers could continue to work with from a technical point of view, but also from a more general point of view. As for the fair means test, this was also a very important topic. We wanted to understand which revenues or which types of income we had to keep in mind, with the exemption of home ownership. We also made a comment for people who rent a house. We also stated that it was better to use net wages. This morning, we've also talked about a possible exemption for savings, that it is important also to keep in mind problematic debts and debt mediation. We've also pleaded in our document to extend the target group, and there would already be a lot of information within the National Bank. As for people with debt mediation, this is a little bit more difficult because there are various institutions and various organizations that support these people, and the data are spread out. But still, this is something that we should keep in mind, and we could probably also take more action in this area. We also need more information on the income of the self-employed. We need more information on real estate and capital. And this is also important in the area of solidarity, which is something that we've covered within the tax chapter. Then we also have the use of a number of different thresholds in order to avoid a situation where it's either all or nothing. So we could have more gradual income categories. And apart from automatic procedures, it's also good to have a more customized support and a more personal contact. And I would like to refer to our recommendation to not only have automatic procedures, but to also have parallel custom-made procedures. And this is, for example, important for the protected customers within the energy sector. In the Brussels region, it is possible to deal with people on a personal and individual basis. Now, what are the income sources, or whose income sources should we reckon with? So this requires a better harmonization of the household composition definition. We also have people living together, which is something that we've covered in our memorandum of 2019. And I would also like to refer to the measure that Minister Lalieu has taken in getting rid of the price of love in the allocation of the social integration allowance for people with a disability. What is the period that we want to deal with? Now, this, of course, is quite problematic because we can use the databases that exist, but the problem then often is that the information might not be very topical. If you need more recent information, you probably need a social survey, which means that people will need to go to a specific service, that we need social workers, etc., etc. The question was also raised to focus more on the most recent income data. This was also mentioned this morning, so this is really something that we should make progress on. And then there's also the impact of changes in the situation or the status of somebody, where we can also have quite a substantive take-up. This is also something that we saw in the document published by the observatory. And there are some other possibilities that could be identified, working with advance payments, for example, It is also better to avoid reimbursements. It is better to use alarm procedures and to also indicate that there might be changes and that it is important to make them public, even though that is not easy at all. So here too, it is important to use databases. Now, with respect to applications and GDPR, the previous speaker also mentioned the importance of privacy. The interest of the applicant should always prevail. That is extremely important. Administrative databases are often based on the needs and the objectives of the administrations because they need to be able to do their work, but the reasoning should be turned around. It is really important to focus from the perspective of the citizen. Very often we also see that the right to privacy is not always dealt with in a same way. Sometimes we see that people sometimes go very far in order to get the information required, but on the other hand, there's also a blockage as for the patrimonium of people. And this seems to be a contradiction, which is also something that we see regarding automation. I would like to refer to the different grades of automation also in the document that was published by the antenna. We've got the automatic opening of a right to benefits. We've got the identification as a potential beneficiary. We've got the automatic updating of the situation, and we have administrative simplification. Automation should not be a goal in itself, but it should be at the service of the applicant, and we also require more possibilities for checks and balances, and it is important that the applicant remains the owner of his file. And then a final slide regarding the human being behind the means test. Sometimes there are allowances that are under the poverty threshold, so it is important to have adequate allowances in function of everyone's situation. And it's also essential to have a personal guidance and accompaniment. Thank you once again to everybody who's been involved with this research. Thank you for taking into account the situation of low-income people. It is important to consider the non-take-up within the context of the principle that we do not want to leave anyone behind. Thank you. Thank you, Henk. I am certain that we will be able to continue our cooperation, and we're also looking forward to your interfederal document that will be published after the summer, if I'm not mistaken. I'm now going to move over here in order to see whether there are any questions for this final round. And there are a number of them, I see. Okay, so let me start with the first one. Why was home ownership chosen and the maintenance payments? Why, for example, not integration, indemnification in combination with income substitution? So that is a question for Arne, I think, or for anyone within the BELMOD team. I am going to ask Anna for some clarification because I do understand the first part of the question. Why did we make these choices? Well, we did so because we received a lot of proposals in the area of harmonization. We received a lot of input, but we could not use our model for a simulation in each case. For example, there was also a proposal of a rent allowance, but we could not simulate that because we had no information whatsoever. So there were some restrictions within the model, and that is also why we've chosen the different items that we picked, but then I do not really understand your second part of the question. Why not an integration allowance? And sorry, the comment is made without the use of a microphone. Yes, it is indeed the case that some items were more difficult to simulate. For example, the simulation of the different forms of living together, which was very difficult because we only had the information regarding national numbers. So it was not always easy to understand who was living together. We could have some information based on the national register, but we did not necessarily get the relationships between these people. So that was very difficult. And therefore, it was also difficult to simulate any changes in the legislation. So that is why we could not do that. Now, I'm also looking at Tim because I'm wondering whether we could not go further with the take data, perhaps a little bit. Okay, that's the answer, perhaps a little bit. So it is possible that simulations would come up if we continue to work with these data.
Maybe we can also learn a lot about what was just not possible within the BELMOD project, why certain things weren't able to change, and maybe that's also something that we could work on in the next couple of years. Thank you. Interesting studies, but isn't it necessary to propose changes or quick wins in the legislation and in the field? The respect of the charter of the social insurance. Maybe that's for the BELMOD team or also for Helene or maybe for you. It's up to you. Who would like to answer? I could give a partial answer. I think indeed it is important to go for quick wins at a level of the legislation. And I think harmonizing certain income components should be possible in the short run. I think the budgetary impact on harmonizing income concepts was rather limited. So for me, that is a quick win. Natasha, would you like to add something? Someone else who would like to react? I actually agree with what Arne said. There are changes, legislative changes, which are easy to make, but we also have to think about how we will harmonize social performances as such, and that has to do with political goodwill. And to be honest, I don't think there are any quick wins, but of course, if we could agree at political level, it would be a win for everyone. Now, of course, we have to look at the legislation, and I think that throughout this conference, we've talked about a lot of possibilities, and I think that the federal public service, social welfare, they could make sure that everyone at the public social welfare centers are well trained to make sure that their target groups know what their rights are, that they actually go for a take-up. When you have a right, you have to activate that right. But if people are not aware of it, then people won't claim their rights. So I think it's also up to us to raise public awareness to make sure that everyone has access to justice as well, and that if rights aren't met, that people could undertake action. Now, next question, what is the reason you want to use the net income instead of the gross income? Now, I think that's for the BELMOD team. Yes, that's a proposal we got from the stakeholder consultation from the Belgian network against poverty, because the net income makes it easier for the applicant to estimate his income. I mean, people know their net income, they don't only know their gross income, and their net income is what they actually have. That's what they can do something with. So it is only logical to look at the net income instead of the gross income. Yes. It's what do people have at their disposal? How much can they spend? And so that's why we also wanted to talk about debts. Could Helene say something more about what you propose in your PhD? Now, I think I don't have all the answers yet, of course. I'm still studying this topic and researching it. I think that we have to look at the cumulation rules. And we talked about the social rights, but we also have to look at the insurance right, the unemployment benefit, disability benefit. And so I think that we really have to reflect upon how we can harmonize things. And I'll give you an example. When we look at the pensions, for example, in the last couple of years, they allow people who are retired to earn a little bit of extra income, so they still get their pension benefit. And next to that, they are allowed to have an income without losing their pension benefit. But in other sectors of the social security, we have very strict rules. So that means that some people who are in the disability system, well, if they would like to gain an extra income, even if they can only work a couple of hours, they will lose their full benefit, even if they work only a couple of hours a week. So that's a pity, of course. And so there's a big difference between all these social categories, between pensioners and people with a disability, for example. And so I'm not a sociologist. I don't I'm not able to quantify what the impact is of these kind of rules, but I think they might also have an impact on the non-take-up of social rights. So what could we do to harmonize this? Now, only in the 90s, a proposal was made. It's not my proposal, is that we would change a little bit the rules and make it easier for beneficiaries of a social benefit to get some extra money on top of their benefit. Now, I think it is very important to look at those cumulative rules so that people get an extra income because very often the benefits are below the poverty line. So I think we could work with some kind of gradual system where you have different thresholds and in function of the threshold, you are allowed to gain an extra income on top of your benefit or not. But I admit it is a very complicated topic. And I think there's a lot of work to do, a lot of research to do as well. Now, the person who asked that question, please get in touch with me. I think this is something that we should really work on, the academic world, but also together with the hands-on experts in the field. We should study this together closely. Thank you, Helene, for this clarification and information. Now, I think we are at the end of our questions list, and I think we're also at the end of our conference. We invited the Minister of Social Affairs and Public Health, Frank van den Broeke, to give his views on the BELMOD research. Now, Mr. van den Broeke couldn't make it in person, but he insisted to talk to you anyway, and he recorded a video message. So I hope that we will see his message in a few minutes. We can already see Minister van den Broeke, but unfortunately there's no sound.
Beste collega's en goede vrienden die hier aanwezig zijn.
Dear colleagues and good friends of mine, I would like to thank you if I can take the floor here for a few minutes, even if it is not live. Now, to make sure that everyone obtains the same opportunities in society is one thing, but to make sure that those means get to the right target groups is a whole different issue. And that's why the BELMOD model and so it's why it is so important that we come up with a policy proposal. This conference is about a non-take-up. So of course we think about the non-take-up of social rights. Now I'm not going to talk about it. It is not my political competency. And I think that in the room we have a lot of experts present anyway. But I would like to say that the fundamental issue of the non-take-up is also an issue in the field of my competencies, being public health, being people starting to work again after a long period of incapacity to work, and there is a big offer. We have, of course, our National Employment Service with many trainings you can follow, and people who think they have an opportunity to go back to work find it very difficult to find the right way. We have now about 70 experts who work at the health insurance funds to help people to return to work. And that's the first mission of those 70 coordinators, to make sure that people know what the possibilities are and that they take up their rights and opportunities. Now, many people who are ill for a long time are discouraged, and even if there are still opportunities, they don't believe in a return to the labor market anymore. And those coordinators have to make sure that people see the opportunities again, because that's also a form of take-up. But we did not use BELMOD to employ those return to work ordinators. We didn't use of BELMOD to add information to the health insurance funds to make sure that people who are able to go back to work will be able to go back to work, but we did use the results of the BELMOD project. First of all, I would like to talk about the employment benefits. Now, people who have health issues and can't work full-time anymore, well, first of all, they have to quit their job completely and then return to work gradually. And that's a shame, but that's how the situation is. Someone who has a disease, they have to follow a treatment, they can't work full-time anymore. Well, they have to go to their GP, they have to ask for a medical certificate, they have to stay home for a while full-time, and then they can ask for a partial return to work. Then they combine their half-time wage and a benefit. Now, just to make sure, I'm not saying that everyone who's going through a therapy have to go back to work or have to continue to work part-time. That's not what I'm saying. But the science is always improving, and science shows us that being able to continue to work partially can also improve the health situation of people. And so that means that people have to have the possibility to do so. And so together with the company doctors and together with the health insurance fund, so we would like to discuss this with the person who is following a treatment. And so if people agree to continue to work partially, we can compensate the loss of wages. So BELMOD was very useful for us because the team made simulations and looked at how we could calculate the labor participation fee. Now, without BELMOD, it would have taken much longer and the data wouldn't have been so accurate. Thanks to BELMOD, we knew exactly what percentages we had to use to make sure that partial work was being compensating enough compared to not working at all anymore and just living from your benefit. To convince people to go back to partial labor, unless despite of their illness, that it actually might be more interesting than staying at home and getting a full-time benefit. Well, to convince people, we have to give them correct data. And the BELMOD team helped us to show us what we needed to calculate these kind of decisions. And we now gave that mission to SMARS. So that means that people have to be able to look and what it means to their current situation. And you have to do that within the context of the health insurance, but also in the context of the integration allowance. And of course, such a tool can't replace the knowledge of our experts, but that tool could be an important instrument for people to make the right decision. And so that's why the BELMOD project was so interesting to us, because now we know what we had to include in that tool. Now, non-take-up is an essential topic We, of course, talk about the non-take-up of social rights, but there's also the non-take-up of opportunities for the long-term ill, and that is my competency, and BELMOD project was very useful to us. Okay, thank you. And then I would like to give the closing words to the coordinators of the research project, Natasha and Tim, or who feels like it?
Okay, we will both speak, but we will not speak for too long, because two conclusions after such a long day might be a little bit too much. Okay, I will start. I would like to start with a practical announcement. The slides that have been shown today will be on our website today or tomorrow or one of these days. The final report is also finished. We're waiting for the translation and it will be published on the website next week. So that's all I wanted to say for the practical announcements. And then I also would like to say, in line with what the minister said, that the BELMOD model can also be used elsewhere, not just for non-take-up. Minister also used health insurance as an example. Indeed, modeling is possible there as well. Similarly, for social contributions, for unemployment benefits, etc. And it is important that we know that we can use this within the public service, but of course we'd also like to call upon you. If you have good ideas for simulations, then you can contact us, not to give us work. This is also something that you can use yourself. There will be a multi-access tool that will be developed over the summer so that external people can also use the model in a safe way. And we will organize summer schools, or at least one summer school, to train people with the help of a number of very tangible examples. And then apart from that, I would also like to say that I'm extremely proud of having been able to work on this project over the last couple of years, because the topic is extremely important, and also because I've been able to work with very pleasant and competent people, not just within the BELMOD team or within the public service, but also with all the different partners. So thank you very much. Thank you to the University of Antwerp, the University of Leuven, the Planning Center, the NIHDI, the Pension Service, the Antenna for the Fight Against Poverty, and BNAP. Thank you very much to all of you. And then one final aspect, thanks to everyone who has worked very hard these last couple of weeks to make this final conference a real success. Thank you, Natasha. I will not speak too long either. As I said this morning, we've had a very long trajectory with the TAKE project, more than 6 years, and a lot of people were involved. Not just the people from the University of Liège, the people from the public service and the federal planning agency, but also all the interviewers and everybody within the follow-up committee. I would also like to thank everyone who has made today possible. Thank you very much, because I do indeed know that you've worked very hard. Thank you to Julie Janssens and Manon. I can't see them right now, but I would like to thank them once again, because they've made it possible to get the figures ready when we needed them, be it this morning. I'd also like to thank the interpreters for their contributions today. And then there's one final element. As you've learned today, there are many reasons why we have organized this final conference together, the TAKE project and the BELMOD project together. First of all, because content-wise, both projects are very much into each other. The second reason is that the TAKE project could build on the BELMOD model. And there probably is also a third reason, which is that the TAKE project initially saw the light of day 7 years ago at a time when Natasha, who still worked at the Center for Social Policy, came to us and said, Tim, BELSPO would like to work on non-take-up. Can't we do something together? And Natasha took the initiative to launch the TAKE project and to draft the proposal. So thank you very much for that, Natasha. Thank you for everything that you've done, for putting everything on track and for leaving us then to join the Federal Public Service. But you've done a great job and you also brought the right people together and the team did a tremendous amount of work. So thank you very much. Thanks to all of you for being here. Thanks to all the technical people for allowing people to follow this conference online. Thank you.
Ja, en dan het allerlaatste slotwoord.
And then the final word, thank you. Thanks to all of you for being here all day long. It's a very big room, so we see a lot of empty seats, but I think that the participation is extremely good all the way up to the end, so thank you. And thank you, of course, to the coordinators and the teams. Congratulations with the work that you've delivered. We've got some interesting new tools for this topic of our social policy, so thank you very much for that.